Testing for YouTube. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Welcome, everyone. We'll call to order our regular meeting of council. Council, before we start, we would like to acknowledge that and recognize that we work, live, and play in the city of Port Alberni, which is on the unceded traditional territories of the Hupachesit and Sishot First Nations. Council, we do have an agenda in front of us. Are there any late items to add from council? Councillor Haggard.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to make a motion under new business that staff work with the Alberni Quaycott Regional District to investigate a regional fire service model.
Thank you. We will add that just as new business, so L13. And I know Councillor Dame has items as well.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. All of my, I've got a number of motions that I'd like to make today, but they all pertain to the budget. So I don't know if there's, if they would just fall under that on the agenda, but I'll let you make that decision, obviously.
Thank you. Councillor Haggard.
I also have motions related to the budget I'd like to bring forward as well when we get to that point in the agenda.
Thank you. So we can do that under F2 bylaws. Any other items from council? Seeing none, any items to add from our corporate officer?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just one item, which is an attachment to the Corporate Services Quarterly Department Reports, and it is the Financial Plan Resolution Tracker.
Thank you. Okay. Would somebody like to move approval of our agenda?
As amended, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Move to as amended from Councillor Mealy and seconded by Councillor Dame. Seeing no comments on the motion, all in favor? Carried, none opposed. And we have adoption of minutes from the January 13th, minutes from the special meeting and regular meeting on January 13th, 2025. Move to adopt from Councillor Solda, seconded by Councillor Mealy. Any comments on the minutes? Seeing none, on the motion, all in favor? Carried, none opposed. No delegations, so on to unfinished business, and this is the financial plan Q&A. Are there any items from council to add or ask questions of? Councillor Dame.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do have a couple of questions. Just gotta look at my notes here. I was wondering if we could have an explanation of what the John Dam priority report is in relation to the McLean Mill budget.
Yeah. Mike.
Yeah, through the chair, I think we could bring forward that report from the John Dam report on McLean Mill, and I believe that report highlights some areas, and Council of the Day made some funding requirements, and I believe the ACRD did too. But I think more information for this council would be necessary, and we can bring that to Committee of the Whole.
Thank you. It's kind of an asset management plan for McLean Mill, and that said, when I saw it in the budget structured that way as a capital project, I would like to see the actual capital project that's being done rather than a reference to a report, so that we can determine if that capital project is relevant for the year or not. But I think we could have further discussion about that at the budget section of the meeting today. Okay. And just following up on my last comment, from last meeting. Appreciate that we can see the total now for question 11 from the January 14th Committee of the Whole, but still looking for ideally the last few years, what our actual spend has been for that line. So if that can come forward to the next meeting, that would be great. Okay, and seeing no more comments, this is just for information. I don't think we need to move receipt of it. So on to staff reports, and we will go to quarterly department reports. The first one from Parks, Recreation, and Culture.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Our respective managers will present a couple of highlights for council for the quarter from each of their sections of the department. And so in administration, just bring your attention to our key activity continues to be our master plan. So our contractor, Lanark Consulting, is in the midst of drafting the background report from phase 1 And we're now shifting into phase 2.
Thank you. I've taken the opportunity, since I am new here and I've only been here for a quarter, that I'm approaching today as kind of like looking at the year in review, because you can actually see the statistics for the quarter. I wanted to point out that the museum was without an educator for half of the year. And so our educator has been in place since April, and we're starting to see the fruition of her work. Very happy to say that we've brought on some pre-K kindergarten preparedness programming, which has been exceedingly well received. We've actually had the first 3 classes are totally booked out, and we've also been approached by a number of daycares where we'll be doing special sessions just for daycares. So the pre-K programming that she's put in place, there's clearly a demand for it. She has also worked very hard on resurrecting curriculum-linked programming for the schools. Those 2 are very popular, and she's also adding 2 more, and we will be adding a website where educators can book directly for curriculum-linked programming. The other thing that I'd like to bring to your attention is I've been looking hard at what we do in support of some of the strategic priorities at the city. And the one that comes to mind is number 1, which is our goal to and a commitment to providing a thoughtful and sustainable path of reconciliation with First Nations and First Nations citizens in our community. Having looked at this, ongoing efforts that you may or may not be aware of are repatriation of objects from the city-owned collection. We have this underway. Doing this is a very slow process. Because it is not just based on the capacity that we have at the museum, but it's also based on the capacity with the individual nations. So one of the objects that we have underway now is the dance curtain with the Hawaiian people. So we have been proactively building that relationship in respect in order to work with the nations for repatriation of objects that they wish to take back from the collection. We also work hard on the continued stewardship of objects that are owned directly by the nations, this being the Sechot, the Hupatchisitt, and the Hawaiian nations. And we're, again, working closely with them, trying to build those relationships in respect, trying to figure out how we move forward with these repository collections. In 2024, the museum hosted 2 exhibitions, one on First Nations history and one on First Nations art. We produced and hosted an Indigenous history lecture, and we also had a Truth and Reconciliation event. K-12 curriculum-linked educational programming on Indigenous history was developed, and delivery has begun. In 2025, our summer exhibition that's coming up is with Nuu-chah-nulth artist Cecil Dawson, and I'm very, very pleased to say that it's also going to be curated by an Indigenous curator, which is very important, Cedar Dawson. We are also issuing 2 calls for proposals from Indigenous curators and artists, as well as establishing an Indigenous curator internship, because there is a need for that. There are not enough Indigenous curators on the island. We will also be having a Truth and Reconciliation event, a second in the series of lectures on the history of the Nuu-chah-nulth people, and, like I said before, additional lesson plans for K-12 Indigenous history are in development. This is all leading up to next year. In 2026, I'm very happy to say that we're introducing an intergenerational mentorship program that will involve elders, artists, and youth. So I just wanted to take the opportunity to tell you a little bit more about one of the veins that we do in a little bit more detail than you usually get at these forums. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, comments? Thank you. Do we have an additional budget for an Indigenous curator?
There is money that I've targeted through both the BC Arts Council and the Canadian Council for the Arts that will underwrite that.
Thank you. Okay.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. On page 22 of your agenda package, I'd like to highlight a few projects from my Q4 facilities report. The first one would be the completion of the structural upgrades to the water tower on the train station site at the foot of Argyle. Rotten column sections, cross bracing, shoring up of some of the other features like the metal spout, waterproofing, all have contributed to making it safe now and no longer a hazard to the public enjoying the site. The second item I'd like to update on is the works yard roof replacement. We have approximately 14 days left of work, capping the remaining sections, detailing the flashings, and demossing and site cleanup. So depending on weather, we're looking at the third week of February. And finally, the works yard boiler project, we have all the equipment we need now. We're just waiting for weather because we would have to shut down the existing unit for 3 or 4 weeks. So we're doing some site prep, duct work, stuff we can do. So as soon as we get agreeable weather that won't freeze our folks out, then we'll start the switch over. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Very happy to hear about the works yard roof. That is great that the project is nearing completion. Questions, comments? Okay, seeing none.
Hello, through the chair. Good afternoon. I'm here to present the fourth quarter report for Parks for 2024. During the fourth quarter, Parks transitioned into general fall maintenance and winter maintenance. A couple of these items included weekly leaf cleanup, as well as the winterization of all of our irrigation systems. This year, Parks cross-trained 4 different members to complete these tasks. We also developed an inventory of our data, as well as creating maps for our systems. Some other work done through the season is trail maintenance, winter snow removal, Harbor Key holiday decoration setup, tree planting. We also reorganized the parks yards and inventory of the equipment to better support the seasonal transitions. Some key administration developments are the development of a tree pruning log, development of standard tree request process. We also submitted an application through BC Hydro for a tree grant for 2025. Hopefully we hear back in April to be successful with that. I've worked with the ACRD Fire Smart Coordinator for a Fire Smart grant for 2025. Looking into 2025, Parks work on floral designs, the renovation of Esso Beach, which included tree planting, installation of tables, as well as hydro seeding. We've also looked to install trail counters on all of our trails. At Harbor Key, we'll be installing safety bollards around the fountain, as well as replacing the support beams along the walkway. Towards the end of January, we look to get our field assessment completed. As well, we're working on general parks maintenance and preparing for the spring season. Thanks.
Thank you. So happy to hear we're installing trail counters. That's fantastic. I know that's been a request from the community and will just give us really helpful data. Questions from council? I have one. Hearing in the community and definitely seeing that we have removed a number of trees this year as well. I know there was a lot of kind of concern in the community when a lot of trees were marked and maybe they were just marked for assessment, but they were flagged in quite a large orange way and then not removed, some of them. I think it was about a year ago, maybe a bit less, that I made a motion for a tree removal policy, and we haven't received that policy yet, but in the meantime, we are removing trees. Recognizing when there's danger trees and a proper assessment is done, we have to remove those trees. But I'm wondering if there's an update on a tree removal. It was tree removal and I can't remember the exact motion that I made, but it involved green streets and really just a policy for the trees that exist in our community so that we are being cognizant, trying to avoid at all costs removing trees, having a set level of standards for when a tree does need to be removed, and transparency around that process for how many trees we replace each one we remove with. So I asked a few months ago and it was not in progress yet. Are we working on that?
Through the chair, thanks for the question. So currently, you mentioned the markings. We're working on reevaluating those markings we've done on the trees and going through that. And then hopefully in 2025, we'll look at potential parks and tree bylaw for that.
Okay, I would like to make sure it comes forward in 2025 as it was a motion from council. And I think when we are removing a number of trees on some of our most popular trails, I think we really should have a policy in place ideally before we do that. Not to say we should not be removing danger trees. We should always remove the danger trees. I just think there has to be an accepted level of understanding of what the danger is and what danger standard we're analyzing on. Mike.
Yeah, thank you for those remarks. I think currently we only do remove trees that have went through assessment, and we do tag each tree and have a number that the parks manager keeps that explains why we're removing the tree as well. So I believe a tree bylaw, tree policy will also look at other reasons why a tree would be removed and so on. And I think just the practices moving forward with not putting such a sizable orange mark on the trees, the public will enjoy even when then they're assessed and decided not to be taken down, there won't be orange paint on it. So I know that our parks manager is working through that process now, and it is our intention to bring a bylaw forward this year.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no other comments or questions. Thank you, Wayne.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Quarter four for 2024 was a busy season for aquatics and recreation. We hired 5 new lifeguard swim instructors, including 1 full-time aquatic leader. We also hired 12 new program assistants and program instructors to assist running and supporting program services and special events. We are starting to see that there is a job competition for our external positions, with more applicants applying than positions being posted, which is great to see. We hosted 3 special events this quarter, including our longest running and most popular event at the Multiplex, which is our West Coast Winter Wonderland. And it's been running for over 20 years. We welcomed over 8,000 participants through 48 private rentals, 18 sponsored skates, and 26 school groups. New this year, we hosted the first annual Port Alberni Pottery Throwdown, which brought in 13 competitors who competed in a variety of challenges and over 30 spectators. Our pottery programs continue to grow and expand each season, which has made it our most popular adult program. For registered programs for children, youth, and adults, fall 2024 was a challenging season for aquatics, as we were short a number of staff who returned to post-secondary in September or moved on to new employment opportunities. Due to this, we weren't able to fulfill our commitment to the Learn to Swim program. This resulted in having to cancel 32% of our lessons in October, November, December of 2024. I'm happy to say that for quarter 1 of 2025, it's been exceptional. We're offering more lessons, and lessons are filling up. Our hockey and skating program for children and youth continues to advance and grow each season with program offerings, registration numbers, and longer wait lists. We have received glowing feedback from parents on a variety of hockey and skating programs as offered at our facility throughout the year. Adult fitness continues to be consistently well attended, and adult general arts, which includes pottery and resin classes, have been doing exceptionally well each quarter in 2024, and we're looking to expand in 2025. for something new and different. At this time, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Councillor Haggard, and then Councillor Solda.
I just want to thank you and your staff for the wonderful West Coast Winter Wonderland. It has become a family tradition now that I go with my grandsons there every year, as I'm sure it is with many other families in the community. It's just unbelievably awesome. So thank you and your staff very much for working on that. I know it's a lot of work, but it's very much appreciated.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Councillor Haggard. Councillor Solda.
Just a quick question. So I'm looking at the Heart membership program, and I notice there's 17,500 remaining in the account for the end of 2024. But the program's, and it's great, it's supported 589 people, persons, if you want to put it that, as you've written it. I'm just kind of curious to know, is it down from past, or are people accessing it a little more, or what's happening that 17,500 is still remaining? And with that money, does it go back into a general fund? What happens to the surplus for that?
Thank you for the question. I don't have the numbers for, say, 2023 or 2022 for the Heart membership at this time. I do know that we made a significant change in 2021 regarding how the Heart membership was kind of laid out and supported, or how it supported members in our community. And so just as an example, each Heart membership applicant, whether it be an individual or family, each person gets $250 to put towards a membership or a registered program. And so not everyone uses the money in their account, hence the reason there's money remaining. And so each year we just we top up the account. So when we have applicants, we can draw from that account that that council has allocated to that membership. Does that answer your question?
I believe so. And also, do you advertise in the school? Like, do we send anything out? Does the school district? Because I think it's really important to get that message out that this program is available.
No, we don't send information to the school. We don't send a lot of information through the school because they have challenges getting the information out to the students, so we are very selective with what we send to the school. We do have a full page ad in the seasonal leisure guide that does promote the Heart membership, who it benefits and what the benefits are. And yeah.
Just, Madam Mayor, one more thing. I'm sorry to harp on the Heart program because I think it's a really great program that's offered. Maybe the Scoop or something that could do something that they can watch on the internet or something like that. And I think that would be just a suggestion. Thank you.
I look forward to working with Nancy. She's great.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. I think that this is a fantastic initiative. We don't always receive this kind of information on it, and so it's nice to see, the number of people and families that it's actually helping in the community. I am surprised. I did not know that we offer it to people outside of city limits, which I think is exactly what we should do. Any child or family should have access to recreation. So I do not have any opposition to offering this program to people in the rural areas. That said, I think it is an interesting note that probably the total subsidy that we receive from the whole regional district for recreation as a whole does not even cover the portion that we allocate for rural residents' Heart program. Because I think it's like $50,000 roughly a year that we get from Beaver Creek, Cherry Creek, Sprout Lake, and nothing from Beaufort. And we put aside $150 for Heart program and offer that to the rural areas. So I think it is just one more piece that highlights the overburden of cost for recreation on on city residents when the access is provided to everyone. So absolutely no opposition from me to the fact that we are offering this to non-city taxpayer families who are in need. I'm proud that we're doing that, but I think it is another another indicator of how inequitable the tax funding is for this service. And as we move forward and continue these conversations, it's one that I think is worth noting. Councillor Haggard.
Do you think it'd be worthwhile, Madam Mayor, if we ask the regional directors to contribute towards the HART fund out of their tax funding for this coming year?
Yeah, I think among many other things, but we absolutely could put forward a specific request for this program to be cost shared. I'm not sure where it would go, but it would be worth it to ask. Okay. Any other comments? Okay. Seeing none. Thank you very much, Sean. Oh, and thank you, Willa. That's the end. That's the end of the parade of recreation or Parks and Rec managers. Okay, human resources. Welcome, Krista.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of Council. Included in your agenda package is the written quarterly report for the period ending December 31st, 2024 for Human Resources and Police Support Services Department. I will touch on just some of the highlights of it verbally today. So as with each of the quarterly reports I've presented, included is a high-level overview of what the HR department and police support services departments are responsible for. I've reviewed this previously, so I won't go into it, but happy to answer any questions any of you may have. And I will take opportunity, and probably will every single time, to note that much of the work performed by Human Resources is related to personnel, labor relations, things that are confidential in nature and which would never be appropriate for me to report out on here, but it does represent probably the bulk of the work that we do. So turning to some of the highlights for our department for Q4, the first one to note is that the city's updated respectful workplace policy was rolled out to staff. So this policy was updated in Q3, and we began the process of rolling that out across the organization in Q4, and that work will continue into Q1 of 2025. A number of key roles were filled during Q4. Sean has noted the full-time aquatic team leader, which was a position that we've been working to fill for quite some time and is key to the operation of the aquatic facility was filled. Deputy Director of Corporate Services, Manager of Communications were a few of the others. The city continued the collective bargaining process with CUPE. The year-end numbers, as you'll see, show a variety of different statistics around recruitment and posting. Internal and external postings, and those represent, or the year-end numbers really show that the levels of activity for both of those areas. So either external recruitment or internal movement within positions by current employees remained really high. Switching over to safety, the new WorkSafe BC regulations related to workplace first aid took effect in November, or as of November 1st, 2024. So prior to that date, there was a lot of work, as you can imagine, for our organization to get prepared for that. Work included the involvement of a subcommittee of the Joint Occupational Health and Safety Committee, a number of first aid assessments assessments of all of the areas of the city, as well as some additional first aid training for a number of groups of staff. So that was a lot of work, involved a lot of people, and was completed prior to the November 1st new regulation date. The 2024 WorkSafe BC core audit was completed at the end of, or during Q4. We will see a corresponding rebate, likely in Q1 of 2025. And in this past year, it was an internal audit year, and every third year we have to use an external auditor, and that'll happen in 2025. And the report also contains a number of safety stats. So as we've now concluded the year, we will compile all of the safety stats. We measure all kinds of different things in the world of safety, and then that will help to inform some of our action planning for 2025. Of course, with the goal being for us to support departments in reducing their lost time injuries, first aids, and to provide modified work. In the area of police support services, we've talked about this a lot, but preparations continue for the facility renovations and administrative support requirements coming with body-worn cameras. It's still expected that will happen in August of 2025, so there's work to be done that will continue through Q1 and Q2 of this year. And another big impact to that area is the implementation of it's called a digital evidence management system. referred to in that world as DEMS, but it has far-reaching changes to the way that different information is reported to Crown Council, and has been it involves a significant amount of training for both our municipal staff and members as well. And so that work is underway. Just a couple of the key priorities for Q1, we will continue the collective bargaining process with CUPE. We have dates set for bargaining on February 12th and 13th. And as I mentioned, completion of the safety action plans. And RCMP, the work that I've already spoken about regarding the body-worn camera implementation, and also some recruitment for some casual administrative staff. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions any of you may have.
Thank you very much. Questions from council? Seeing none, thank you very much for your report. And corporate services.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So the fourth quarter report in front of you today captures a lot of information that was brought forward to council in the corporate service level report at its last meeting. So while I won't belabor those points, I will note that in the final quarter of 2024, corporate services facilitated 5 regular council meetings, 6 committee meetings, resulting in 103 new directives from a total of 413 resolutions for the year. As well, 5 bylaws were adopted and 4 administrative policies were approved, which are attached to the report today. In communications, we engage the community through various channels, achieving a reach of 57,000 on Facebook, the local government page, and strong participation in our Let's Connect platform for budget engagement. Presently, there's 8 featured projects on Let's Connect, and it had received 3,675 visits this quarter for an average of 40 visits per day. So with that, I will answer any questions, or happy to invite up our Manager of Community Safety and Social Development to speak to that area of the department.
Thank you. Councillor Patola.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just have one question with regards to communications. Madam Mayor, I'm wondering if there are any efficiencies to be gained of having the communications functions of the city centralized in the communications department, particularly with regards to the communications which the fire department handles on their own. Is that a duplication of service?
Thanks for the question. I know currently in the 2025 work plan, we are trying to centralize communications more. Again, it is a process where it has been decentralized over the year, and the city has several web pages and other areas that put out their own social media. So we are creating a policy, both internal facing and external facing. So you will see that coming forward in 2025. So we will be looking at the efficiencies and report out to you in hopefully soon.
Thank you. I will just add that it's not been decentralized over time. It's always been handled from 7 different departments. Yeah, and so I think that's fantastic and a good initiative to bring it all together. Okay, and thank you very much. Not seeing any other questions, so we'll come on forward if you want to, Mary Claire.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. With the Bylaws Services Department, some of the highlights in Q4 were that we launched a request for proposal for debt collection services, which we will be entering into that agreement in February. We revised the dog licenses to move to a permanent dog license approach rather than a tag that's reissued every year, which will be a cost savings. Working on with corporate services on 2 bylaws, the animal control and pound bylaw and the nuisance abatement bylaw, which I'll be speaking about a little bit later on. As well, there was a number of different, lots of activity on abandoned and unlawfully stored vehicles and our regular call out for encampments. We have a total in Q4, there were a total of 150 calls in bylaw, and that made a grand total of 892 for the year, compared to 905 from the previous year. So that's quite remarkable, given that we were working with mainly just one bylaw officer. I'll just pause on bylaw if there's any questions. Otherwise, okay.
Councillor Patola.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I see in your report that the department assisted development services 55 times with regards to business licenses. And I'm wondering, Madam Mayor, if there is plans for the future to centralize those enforcement services so that development services can concentrate on developing and bylaw can focus on bylaws.
I don't know, that might be, yeah, Mike, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for that question. Again, I think we do try and focus on the areas that people have the technical understanding of what the bylaws are, and sometimes in planning and development services there are bylaw infractions that bylaw wouldn't be looking for but may come across their desk. But there are always efficiencies, and again, administration is always looking at the model of continual improvement, so we will look at that and make sure that we're trying to address your concerns.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the answer. And this question may be more appropriately directed towards development services, but I'm interested in the number of business licenses that have been issued to home use businesses or businesses out of the home, and whether or not there is any follow-up with regards to enforcement of those business licenses.
Thank you very much for the question. So I wouldn't, off the top of my head, have the number of home occupation business licenses we've issued. That would be something we'd have to get a report through our software system, but that is certainly something that we could provide to council, and whether it's in the next quarterly report that I bring forward or before that, certainly depending on when council would like to do that. As far as when we work on business licenses, often it's where we're having non-compliance with a business license that we ask for bylaw to assist with us. We don't have a staff person that goes out and looks at that. So that's where often development services will work with bylaw enforcement, and not just on business licenses, but also on other regulations that my department may be responsible for those bylaws, but it's bylaw that, you know, a fence that's too tall or something like that. So that's where often the two departments work well together, where it may be a bylaw infraction that falls under development services and we can help with the interpretation, or we get a complaint calls in because they know it's one of our bylaws, but it's where we work with bylaw enforcement to then try and get compliance, whether it's a business license issue or other infraction in our bylaws.
Thank you. Councillor Solda.
Madam Mayor, I'm just kind of curious to know about the outstanding fines. So how are we getting them? Because, I mean, we do have in 2024, 9,919.50. Total in 2024 was 80,245.50. I'm assuming we got all that money, some of it. So how are we getting the outstanding amounts?
Thank you for the question, and through the chair, that will be through our debt collection services contract that we are entering into with the collections agency. And so for an example, some of that 80,000 that's outstanding is due to the property on Argyle, 5170 Port Pub. And so we extrapolate that because that will go through the regular process on taxation and also working with that property. But just for an example, in 2023, 2024, there was a total amount of 121,000 outstanding. If we extract what's owed for the Port Pub, it's 57,000. So entering into a contract is with the debt collection services will reduce that greatly and recoup those amounts.
So another question is late charges. Do we charge interest? How does that system work? And yeah, I'll leave it at that.
We charge the maximum amount that we're allowed to charge with it under the community charter. And so there isn't an interest component per se, but there is the late charge, which is the maximum amount on the fine.
So for 2024, we're a little behind. I mean, well, it's just January now, 2025. So have we been getting our debt paid or our fines paid through the years?
The short answer is no. It's voluntary compliance. And so the fine amounts, if you look on the chart, was a total of 91,915 for 2024. 80,000 is outstanding. So when we analyzed that and looked at the various options, we decided to go for the request for proposal for a debt collection service, because even if we can recoup a sum, and I'll turn it over to our CAO.
Yeah, and through the chair, I think it's important to recognize that we just approved going to the debt collection in, I believe it was the end of Q3. So before that, the city did not have that process. So again, in the vein of continuous improvement, bylaw services recommended going that route to make sure we're receiving as many fines as possible.
Sorry. It's just that, a lot of people think, oh, I got this ticket, I don't have to pay it. They don't come around, they don't do anything. And that's the thing going around this community. So I'm sure other communities go through this. I'm glad we're going this route. We'll see what happens, and we'll address it again, I'm sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Seeing no other questions, we can keep going with community policing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So the key activities for community policing were working with 3 different organizations on crime prevention through environmental design, which is a really critical piece. Looking at ongoing recruitment, and 3 volunteers were recruited in this quarter. The community policing manager continues to work with Vancouver Island Nursing Program on a before-party prevent alcohol-related trauma and youth program, which had been ongoing from previous years, working with the students from VIU and the students at ADSS. There were a total of over 1,000 hours in volunteer hours contributed for the key priorities, which are the speeding drivers, the distracted driving, auto crime awareness and property crime awareness, and then the Crime Watch patrol, including the foot patrols and checking in on the businesses. So the total number of hours in 2024 was up for upwards of 4,290 hours of volunteer time from that program. I'll just pause to see if there's any questions before I carry on to the last section.
Okay, seeing no questions, thank you.
Lastly, the social development, which was new initiative in Q3 of 2023. The highlights for the social development are the launch of the situation table, which is a high-risk table, which are cases that are brought to the situations that are brought to the table and then addressed in a multi-agency response. Our Continuum of Care Coalition met once, because we just meet once a quarter. We're continuing to work with both the Port Alberni Community Action Team and the ACRD Emergency Management Network. And as the manager, I participated in 2 evaluation committees for requests for proposals, one on a supporting housing initiative, and the other was on stabilization beds. Overall, the bylaw services budget, which includes the building, the enforcement vehicles, and the staffing and expenditures, our overall budget is $555,000, and our expenditures are over because we had the additional contract services for the Port Pub included in our budget. The community policing budget was $159,000 and came in at approximately $141,000 in expenditures. That concludes my report.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your report. And on to development services.
Afternoon, Mayor and Council. Actually, it's my turn now. Tried to skip ahead. Sorry about that. So you have before you the fourth quarter report for the Development Services Department, and I'll hit some of the larger projects that were completed. First is the Complete Communities Assessment. This was accomplished through grant funding from the province, so there was no tax dollars other than staff time allotted to this. And it really is the first time we've been able to do some really significant planning, data searching, and it was really, for lack of a better term, an analysis that will prepare some detailed mapping to identify strengths and opportunities and challenges in some of our growth centers and neighborhood, determine potential where support might be for higher density multifamily, what services are missing in those areas to make them a more wholesome neighborhood. And so we completed this project just recently, and this will certainly be really great data and information to assist in the city's various master plans that we're undertaking, the official community plan. It will also be really important for us to use as we analyze future development projects coming forward. And we got it, all the data provided to us will be, so we'll be able to use it further down the road. So, and I guess I really do want to congratulate Brian McLaughlin, our manager of planning, who led this project and certainly understands that in great detail. Also, the housing needs report was completed and accepted by council as per provincial legislation. And again, the intent of this report is to allow the city to better understand and respond to the housing needs in our community. And again, this report and the data will be used for some substantial housing policy in our OCP and also as we consider new residential development applications. Also, staff continued to work on the policy development for the draft of the new OCP, and that is taking longer than we had hoped or anticipated, but we are making good progress on that project. Staff approved 3 development permits in the quarter, all relatively small ones, which is helpful when council delegated that authority to staff, so it didn't have to come to council. One was the Canadian Tire front repair work that took a while. And then there was actually amendments to previously approved development permits that were made. One is the Winners, which you'll now see that had been development permit had been approved last year. They chose not to approve the project. They came back with a few changes, and now you see they've taken out the building permit and construction has started on that project. And also the new co-op card lock station made some amendments to their permit, new EV charging stations and some landscaping changes, and again, minor, but still required an amendment to a previously existed development permit. Just as a bit of an end for the city issued 126 building permits with a construction value of a little over 45 million, including 86 new residential units in 2024, just as a bit of a building permit stats. Based on Councilor Patillo's question, in the next quarterly report, I will add some business licensing statistics. I think that would be a good time to do that, as the renewals for 2025 business licenses should be roughly completed by then. So I will add that to my next quarterly report and try and have a bit of a breakdown, and then provide that information. And if there's more details, we can provide that going forward. And as always, staff continue to work on various development applications and answering inquiries, property searches, and those are general day-to-day duties. And I'd be very pleased to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. That is wonderful. Councillor Patoa.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I won't ask the question, but I will let you know that I'll ask the question when you bring your report, so you can prepare this information for it, which is with regards to the business licenses for home occupation businesses. I'm wondering if these properties are identified for the purposes of BC assessment, and the appropriate proportion of use for that location is assessed as commercial as opposed to just residential.
I can get clarity, but I am relatively certain that BC assessment does not apportion a home occupation as a different value on the assessed value of the homes. I will reach out and provide that information, but I am feeling fairly confident that that is not the case, that a residential home is assessed as a residential home, and if a home occupation is part of that, that BC assessment does not equate that to a commercial tax assessment or an increased value to the house.
We have asked that question in the past at meetings with BC Assessment at UBCM, and they've also done presentations on it at UBCM, as it is a commonly asked question from municipalities, and it is not a part of the Assessment Act, as it turns out. That said, certainly good to clarify just in case, but that's what we believe to be the information at this point.
That's interesting. Thank you, Madam Mayor, because Councillor Dame and I met with BC Assessment at the last UBCM and asked that question, and the response that I got was, well, we have no way of knowing, but if we knew, we would.
That's really interesting. I think that might be yeah, maybe that's something we do in the future kind of answer, but yeah, I think worth checking into. I know that in the past, like we've had BC Assessment here for full kind of multi-day working sessions with our staff where we've talked about passing on permit information. So if it's just a matter of passing on our registered home offices or home, whatever they are, businesses, then I'm sure that's something we can do. But yeah, we definitely understood that it was not something that BC Assessment does at the current time. I see Scott making a note. Any other questions? Okay. Then, Councillor Mealy, would you like to make a motion?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that Council receive the Q4 quarterly department reports for the Parks, Recreation and Culture, Human Resources, Corporate Services, and Development Services departments for the period of October 1st, 2024 to December 31st, 2024 as information.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Mealy. Seconded by Councillor Solda. Seeing no comments on the motion, all in favor? Carried and opposed. And item number 2, nuisance abatement working group quarterly reports.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The purpose of this report is to provide an overview of our activities from October to December 2024. The nuisance abatement working group meets on a monthly basis, and we have 3 properties on our active file list. One is the 5170 Argyle Street. This is a familiar property to all of us. As of December 31st, the outstanding fees associated to being a nuisance property amount to $410,000, not including outstanding fines and utilities. And the activity on that property continues with the contractor and abating and then demolition of the property. The second property is 3044 4th Avenue. Since the last report, the Q3 report, we had written a letter to the lawyer in response for additional information on all the outstanding fines that had for their client, and had sent that. It is attached to this report. To date, we have not had any response from the lawyer who is representing that client. The outstanding fees are $36,475. As this property continues to be a nuisance to the city and the surrounding properties, it is the recommendation of the Nuisance Abatement Working Group that council move to abate and demolish this property, and we will be bringing forth a report for council's consideration of remedial action at a future meeting. The third property is 3629 4th Avenue. There was, since the Q3 report, we corresponded with the property owner because they were interested in applying for rezoning. There was at that point an interested party we understood that might have been interested in rezoning. To date, there has been no movement on that. So we gave an extension and we responded to the requests, and there's been no action on the rezoning part. However, there was some additional action with a person that was living in the property, which is contrary to the fire order, and they were providing security. So the fire department responded and had to issue another fine amount for unauthorized entry. So there is an outstanding fine of $250 for that. Same as the previous property, this property continues to be a nuisance for the city and surrounding properties, and the Nuisance Abatement Working Group will be coming back with a full report for council's consideration of remedial action. So in summary, the financial implications are listed on the 3rd page of this report. And then going forward, any additional properties that come up to the Nuisance Abatement Working Group that fall into the category of taking action will be brought forward to you in a fulsome report. Happy to take any questions or comments.
Thank you very much. Councillor Solda and then Councillor Patola.
Oh, this is one of my favorite topics, you know that. And it just shows that the city means business. In the past, we've always talked about it and we've touched on it, but we mean business on get your property cleaned up. I want to just ask, do we have an ETA when the demolition starts? And I know they're working on it, but I'm talking about actually taking that building down on Argyle. That's one question. I'll start there.
Yeah, thanks. And through the chair, the contractor working through the contract is supposed to be done around mid-March.
Oh, that's great to hear. My second question is, we haven't heard back from the lawyer for the 4th Avenue property. Does that mean we rewrite a letter, or when we don't hear back? I know we're talking about demolition and stuff like that, but what happens? What's the next steps?
Thanks for the question, and through the chair. Again, as the manager of community safety and social development said, was there has to be a full report to council to decide on next steps. Again, we made sure that the letter was addressed to the right address, and made sure that the lawyer would have received a copy. So I don't believe the step would be to do that. We would confer with council and take direction then, and then reach out at that time.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I'm really happy with this report.
Thank you. Councillor Patola.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm wondering if the manager could provide some further information on the background to the working group. I see that the purpose and mandate was to assemble the stakeholders regarding properties that have become a significant and persistent nuisance. And in particular, I'm wondering whether or not somewhere in the terms of reference, the term nuisance is defined, or there's some referable criteria. The manager referred to property that meet the criteria for action. Just wondering how we get that that test is, or level of that test is achieved. Simply because I read the definition of nuisance is a person, thing, or circumstance causing inconvenience or annoyance, and I can tell the rest of council and those in this room that I particularly find empty parking, empty lots and unused buildings to be annoying.
Through the chair, the nuisance abatement working group, yes, has the definition that you've read out, and we then further defined the categories of properties. The active files are the properties that are non-compliant and may require a remedial action report based on criteria of the number of complaints to bylaw and outstanding non-compliance, outstanding bylaw fines, bylaw offense notices issued to non-compliant owners, the severity of the violations, and the frequency and types of emergency response calls. So we have participation from the fire department and the RCMP. We also have Island Health, Environmental Health that participates, and the Ministry of Social Development and Poverty Reduction. And they would participate particularly to answer any questions where a property might be occupied with residents. So that's the first category. The second category is monitoring files that we monitor based on history of complaints and activity being reported to the working group. So we gather a lot of data over the month and revisit the properties to determine whether they fall into the active or the monitoring. And we also then have a third category, which would be inactive files, which they have no history of non-compliance and are not being reported to the working group, but they might be on the radar. So those are the three criteria that we work under.
Thank you.
Thank you. Could I just follow up and confirm that, because you mentioned number and type of medical calls, that medical calls are not determining or being factored into property being added to this group. And really importantly, because when we started this work around nuisance properties several years ago, somebody came forward who said, and it was an excellent point, that when we take medical calls, like overdose calls, for instance, into consideration in designating a property a nuisance property, we are actually putting people's lives at risk because landlords are threatening to evict people if they call 911 for medical reasons. We had a lot of feedback around that, and it was really intentionally medical calls were really intentionally excluded as a result of that. That was when bylaw started working on this, and it was prior to the creation of the nuisance property working group. So I know that our sort of criteria for designating at a council level a nuisance property does not include medical calls, but I want to make sure that same thing, we're aligned at the working group level, that we're not taking medical calls into consideration.
Yes, and thank you for that comment. And we do not take into consideration medical calls. It's emergency response calls. So fire, police, etc.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. Then would somebody like to move receipt? Moved by Councillor Solda, seconded by Councillor Dame. Seeing no comments, all in favor? Carried, none opposed. Thank you very much for the report and for the work on this. On to F, bylaws, item number 1, City of Port Al, oh, no, sorry. On to number, oh no, yes, that's where we are. Same thing. City of Port Alberni nuisance abatement bylaw, and now final adoption. Councillor Mealy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll move that the City of Port Alberni nuisance abatement bylaw number 4705-3/2025 be now finally adopted, signed by the Mayor and Corporate Officer, and number 4705-3.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Mealy, seconded by Councillor Dame. Seeing no comments on the motion, all in favor? Carried, none opposed. Thank you. And item 2, 2025 to 2029 financial plan bylaw number 5123/2025, first reading. Welcome, Andrew, for I'm sure a very short discussion around budget.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So with the recommendation from administration in front of council today for the financial plan, we have the consolidated overall financial plan with the new presentation for the level of service. So obviously this is first reading. We'll have many opportunities to review, and really today what we're seeking to do is kind of give an overview of some of the changes that have been made by council or the committee and council over the last couple weeks. Noting that the recommendations that were approved already are now within the financial plan as it sits. There's also some further recommendations from the committee of the whole that were brought forward, and if they are approved by council today, those would make those adjustments downward on the overall financial plan by about 0.9%, bringing it down to about a 18.26% increase. But there's various items that we are also looking at, and I know that council is seeking additional information, so we will be bringing forward more information regarding the capital plan. And there has been some recommendations from the facilities manager just on what we could be including in the financial plan, adjusting that to meet some of the changes that we would see for the 2025 year based on the differences that we had on the 2024-2028 capital plan. So obviously there's a new presentation trying to seek a little bit more clarity per facility. So that's in this financial plan, and then we'll continue to add just where we are as far as the year-to-dates and the other capital works that are in process. So as we go through the year-end, because we have our cutoff for year-end as far as processing all our invoices at January 31st. We're not even there yet, so we're still consolidating all the year-end transactions, making sure that we have that complete picture. So within the level of service detail, you'll note that those are year-to-dates that need to be updated, but we'll also add that to the financial plan as we see in the consolidated line-by-line transactional, the line-by-line for each different department and line item. Excuse me. So with that, we're handing this over to council to see if there's any additional information that you'd like to see as far as details on the financial plan. But as we go through the next few months here, we'll bring that to council for consideration and any changes or amendments that we'd like to make. So with that, I'll provide it back to you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. So council, for process, because I know there are some motions that people would like to move forward. If we read first reading and have it seconded, and then any motions can be amendments to that. Councillor Mealy, did you want to read it?
Absolutely, Madam Mayor. I move that the City of Port Alberni 2025-2029 Financial Plan Bylaw number 5123/2025 be now introduced and read a first time.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Dame. Thank you. Okay, and discussion, questions, comments? Who'd like to go first?
Do you want us to start making our motions now?
Councillor Haggard, yes.
As amendments. Okay. So I do have a few here, but I'm going to go first because the Councillor Dame has quite a few more than I do. So we're going to kind of tag team here if that's okay. So I ask everybody's patience and I'll try and be as thorough and quickly as possible. So I've listed it by line item. We have a line item 22140 parking enforcement. I would like to make a motion, we delete line item 22140 in the amount of $25,000 parking enforcement in the 2025 to 2029 financial plan.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Second. Okay, and discussion. Councillor Haggard, do you want to speak to it first?
Well, we don't have parking enforcement in Port Alberni, so I don't know why we have $25,000 for parking enforcement in our budget. So I would like to delete that amount.
Thank you very much. Okay, any questions? Councillor Mealy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, and I apologize, maybe I don't go parking uptown a lot, but do not have commissionaires anymore uptown? No? Okay. No, there you go then. Maybe that's why I know I'm not getting a ticket.
Yeah, through the chair, currently we don't have a contract services. Our bylaw does it if they aren't attending to other issues. We only have several hotspots in town, so when those are active, then we do get our bylaw officer to go by.
Thank you. And just for clarity, it was a motion to amend. I know you said motion, but motion to amend. Okay. Councillor Patrol.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just through you, I guess, to the CAO, wondering why that item is still there in the budget, if there's a reason for it to be there, if it's a holding marker, or if it's just a carryover from previous years.
Thanks for the question. Through the chair, it is a holdover. I believe the city did hire commissionaires at one time to do active enforcement. However, it cost more than the revenue generated and decided to put it on pause. So it has been carried on in the financial plan as it hasn't been removed. I'm guessing through Councillor Haggard's intent on the budget would be removing it from the financial plan. And then if council decides to take a different approach in future, it would have to be reintroduced.
Thank you. And I think it was not removed because it wasn't council direction to stop the service. It was just a staff level decision that made sense at the time. Council sort of committed to coming back to the discussions at some point. So I think this makes a lot of sense. Okay, on the motion to amend, all in favor? Carried, none opposed. Councillor Haggard.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Some years we use all of our snow budget, and some years we don't. This is not going to make a huge bit of difference, but right now every penny counts in this year's budget. So I would like to use I would like to amend the 2025 to 2029 financial plan to show the average of the snow and ice removal budget and the amount of $200,000 and use that amount in the 2025 to 2029 financial plan.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Haggard, seconded by Councillor Solda. And Council, for clarity, the snow and ice budget is $217,597. So it's a reasonably minor change, but are there questions on this? Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Solda.
And Madam Mayor, in 2024, did we use 2011? Did we use that budget? Because there wasn't a lot of snow, but it was maybe in the early spring that we used it.
We know that this budget fluctuates a lot and that, being really low one year doesn't mean we're not going to be really high another year. I think maybe Andrew could speak to this as well, but we will continue to plow to safety standards. I think largely regardless of budget. Andrew?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, so when it comes to snow removal, what we do is we allocate the costs it actually costs to have that snow removal. So if the work is not done on overtime, then those wages would be used elsewhere based on the complement of staff that we have. So on average, we do look at where we are at and how much we're expending. And we haven't updated the average the last couple of years, but when I looked at the average
over the last 9 years, I think it was 205,000 that we use on average. Some years we don't use very much, but those wages would be used elsewhere because we have the full-time staff that are doing work in other line items. So we'll see public works fluctuate throughout, but the overall budget and allocation of those staff are within those line items. So if we do reduce that, that may have an impact that we'd have to follow up on.
Thank you. Comments, questions? Okay, seeing none on the motion, all in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Okay, Councillor Haggard.
Thank you. Line item 27120 under community centers and halls, there's a maintenance line item for Jarrow Youth Center, and unfortunately our Parks and Rec person is not available now, but I was wondering, CEO, if you could follow up with her and ask her just to give a verbal report on how much the Jarrow Youth Center is actually used. I don't know much about it, and how much it's used and who it's used with. Or if it's even used anymore, I'm not sure.
I'm just going to see if they're back there still.
Through the chair, I think this, we could look into it and bring information back to a committee of the whole.
Oh, Sean's coming.
Okay, okay.
Thank you, Sean, for sticking around. I have a question about the Jarrow Youth Center. There is a line item for about $58,000 every year for maintenance, but I think we're just really unclear on how much that facility is actually used and who uses it and what is it used for. I don't have youth in my family anymore except for little ones, so I just don't know a lot about the facility. If you could just maybe expand on it, that would be awesome. Thank you.
So in the summer, for summer camps, we do run 9 or 10 weeks of camps we have about 40 kids that hang out there weekly. Throughout the year from September until June, we do toddler music programs. We do some other music classes as well. We do some dance classes in the evenings. And then we also, through our youth service provider agreement with some local agencies, we do provide this space at no cost for them to run programs specifically for youth. And so hours per week, I'd say probably 10 to 15 hours a week of public using it from September until June.
So with the maintenance items, would that be, is it for capital maintenance or is it for like operationals like lights and heat and so forth, cleaning?
I don't believe it's for any capital projects or work. It's just for regular maintenance, so cleaning upstairs and downstairs. Sorry. We also do meetings downstairs in the Birch Room at Jarrow, so yeah.
Thank you so much. That's very useful. Okay, my next item is regarding the Alberni Valley Multiplex concessions. I did make a recommendation at the Committee of the Whole meeting, but I did not make it into a motion. So I'd like to make a motion that staff review cost of goods, pricing, and menu items at the multiplex concession stand and work towards a cost-neutral service.
Thank you. Moved and seconded, and that's an amendment to the budget. I'm wondering if we require a review of this, or rather if we just delete from the budget the loss, which I think is around $20,000. I asked the question because I'm wondering if what we need is a report on the details of this, or rather if our intent is to give direction to our staff to make this a break-even service. If our intent is to give direction to our staff, I don't think they need to come back to us and tell us how much they're going to increase the price of a burger at the multiplex. Or so if the intent is for it to be break-even, I would suggest we look for what the number is, and then we just reduce that, I think, relatively small amount from our budget with the direction that it becomes a break-even service. Councillor Solda.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to see it break even, if not a profit, but I would accept a break even, not be in the red.
Thank you. Other comments? Okay.
Would you like me to withdraw my motion and you make a new one?
Sure, go ahead.
I'd like to withdraw the motion that I made.
That's fine with the second.
Thank you. And I will move to amend the budget to reduce any loss currently in the budget allocated to the multiplex concession.
And I'll second.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Haggard. Okay, discussion. Seeing none on the motion, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion carried, none opposed. Thank you. Councillor Haggard.
Thank you. I'm looking at the capital plan for the fire department, and they have renovations for new shower and safety improvement, and there's no amount in there. And because we're in a very difficult taxation year, I was wondering if we could move that to the 2026 budget, and by that time, they should hopefully will have plans done up and the amounts made, and then we can look at it in our next year's budget. It is under capital plan, under fire department, and it says Rano new shower safety improvement upgrade, but there's no amount. It's to be determined.
So, Madam Mayor and Council, when we were formulating the plan last year, the price was to be determined. So with the approved financial plan for 2024, 2028 capital, that was what was listed. We would need to bring back information to put any dollar value in there, and council would make that resolution and approve that in the financial plan. So we're trying to make sure that as we work through the financial plan, those changes are very clear and approved by council.
So should we just wait for the report then, or should we go ahead and ask that it moved into the 2026 budget?
Well, I'm just thinking back to our last, I think, committee of the whole, where we moved the functional study of the fire department to 2026 budget. And I wonder if this would be more appropriate to look at in the context of a larger renovation to the fire department. So maybe moving the project to 2027. Of course, if something pressing comes forward where it needs to be moved forward, staff could bring that to us. But if we're going to potentially look to do a study of the fire hall, it would make sense to do it all together. So maybe a motion to move it to 2027.
I would like to make the motion to move the Rano new shower safety improvement to the year 2027 budget.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Solda. Councillor Dame. Okay, seeing no comments. On the motion, all in favor? Opposed? Carried, none opposed. Thank you.
And again, under the fire department, the parking lot renewal front, this is the 2026 budget, but can I speak to it this year? I would like to delete that out of our 2025 to 2029 financial plan.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Haggard, seconded by Councillor Solda. Discussion? Councillor Patola.
I'm not sure that deleting it from the full 5-year financial plan is going to be really any effect on the budget for this year, which is what I think I know we're talking about the financial plan, but really we're concerned about the budget. They walk hand in hand away from the daycare. So I think simply moving it towards the end still keeps the placekeeper there. It's questionable whether it really needs to have a repaving done, but certainly within the context of a full building reassessment, I'm unable to predict in the future whether or not there will be an effect from that building reassessment on the parking lot. So I think having a placeholder would be appropriate to have it there, but it's an unfunded placeholder in a future year.
Thank you. Councillor Haggard.
I'm fine with that, Councillor Patola.
Me too. Make that a friendly amendment to the last year of the 5-year financial plan. Okay.
I agree.
Thank you. Okay, on the motion, all in favor? Carried, none opposed.
Under traffic upgrades, intersection safety, we have $150,000 for the year 2025. I would like to amend the budget to move $50,000 of that funding to the 2026 budget. And the reason for that is we're going to be doing a lot of upgrades to intersections with bump outs, so we may not, and we don't really have an intersection plan developed yet, so I think some of that could be deferred until next year.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Haggard, seconded by Councillor Solda. Discussion? Councillor Mealy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, appreciate that. So I guess just to ask staff about the $150,000 for the traffic upgrades for this year, is that just for strictly for, like I guess we have a new pedestrian control crosswalk program is really doing well, especially, and if you drive around at nighttime the last couple of nights when the fog is crazy, you can really see them. Like I just smile every time. So I just want to make sure that we're doing that small work, and if that's part of this, then I don't want to see it reduced, but I just need some clarification if that program is part of this.
Yeah, and maybe just a further clarification there, all of the intersection improvement that we did, just with the flashing lights and the extra visibility that we added at intersections, what was roughly the cost of that work? Because I remember it being reasonably minor for the significant impact that it's had.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. I don't have the exact figure at my fingertips at this instant, but I believe from last year's budget of 150, we were around the $75,000 to $80,000 expenditure rate. And to remind council, we did receive a grant back from ICBC to the tune of, I think it was $47,000.
So I think we're good, Councillor Meany. You can do lots of work.
Thank you, through you to Councillor Haggard. I appreciate that. I just want to make sure that we are good, as from what I'm hearing, we've used with the grant money. I mean, if without the grant money, it'd be over $100,000. So I just want to make sure that we're going to be in a safe space next year. That's all.
Mike.
Yeah, thank you for the questions. Good discussion. I always think there are improvements we can make, and you know, in the Director of Infrastructure Services, he will utilize the budgets that's there. We are very happy that the motion isn't to delete the whole budget. We do have some projects that we are looking at, and part of that would be in the recent discussion at the Traffic Advisory Committee was on Latham. You know, we have to look at a little bit of the design profile, but there may be some safety upgrades there with the work the ministry is doing on Johnson and on River Road. So I believe some of the budget the director has allocated in his mind to that, but I'm sure that we can work within the budget that is provided.
Thank you. Councillor Mealy and then Councillor Solda.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. No, that's exactly the point. Is we had some great discussion at the Traffic Advisory to do with Latham, to do with in front of Sumas Elementary ongoing, and especially the amount of traffic that'll be going down that way once the roundabout starts, because not everybody's going to want to run through that, and they'll come down Compton. And so there's a few things on the go. I just want to make sure that staff is going to be okay if there is a reduction to do what we need to do for the upcoming year with the increased traffic levels. That's all it is.
Mike.
Yeah, and through the chair, again, if we had a design and we needed more, we would bring it back at that time. Again, we always try and work within the budgets that were provided to provide the best safety upgrades as possible. On Latham, if they're extensive, we'd also have to look at underground services, because we wouldn't want to do a huge safety upgrade to bump outs, et cetera, if then we had to dig up in 2 years. So again, some of that analysis will have to happen. But again, if we ran into issues with the budget to address some major safety concerns, we'd bring a report back to council.
Thank you. Councillor Solda and then Councillor Patola.
Madam Mayor, I agree, taking the budget down. I have the same concerns regarding with Johnson Road, as well as the roundabout that's going in, and people coming up Falls Street and then going down Beaver Creek and then going through Sumas School, and also the Latham issue there too. So it'll be interesting as we go forward how it's going to look and everything, and I'm glad there's money in that budget still. Thank you.
Councillor Patola.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think, well, we can always improve safety more, but if the recommendation is for $150,000 to improve traffic safety, and that'll have a significant effect, I don't think taking $50,000 out will have a significant effect on the budget. So delaying some improvements that are worth $50,000 by a year or more may have the effect of delaying those improvements forever for some individual in our community, and I wouldn't want that to happen. I don't think that it is a significant enough amount to remove $50,000, and I would be voting against that and wish to leave that line item where it is at.
Thank you. Councillor Solda.
Just to kind of make comment on what you're saying, I understand what you're saying, but I also look at, like, the roundabout's not going to be finished in a month. It's going to take a while before it gets even, started. Yeah, hopefully not. Not like the West Coast. So I don't know if we would be ready to use it all if we used it in that area. I mean, could we not? Would it be logical to wait till the following year? And we could add more in the next budget if we found that we needed to do more safety improvements. I'm just putting it out there as a devil's advocate, I guess.
Thank you. Good discussion. I think from my perspective, the safety improvements that we've made in the last year for like one of the smallest budgets I've seen for projects like this have been some of the most effective that I've ever seen. So incredibly happy with the work that's been done around pedestrian safety in the community and hope that we will do a lot more of it. Although I think we have covered off a significant amount of where the concerns were. I think we could add to probably every crosswalk, some of the gear we've put out there. So really fantastic job to staff, and happy to see this project continuing. That said, I'm fine with a $50,000 reduction. I think we can still get good work done for that. And if there's a pressing project that comes forward that can be done in this year, I'm also perfectly happy with that to come to council and for council to give special approval to it if needed. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none on the motion, all in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you. Councillor Haggard.
I know Councillor Dame asked for a report on the John Dam priority report because we're all a little unsure what that is. I do remember the report, but I don't remember specifically what the recommendations are. But we have $119,900 every year in the 2025 to 2029 budget. My preference is let's take this off, and if staff sees a capital project that it feels that needs to be done at McLean Mill, they can bring that forward in that budget year. But I would like to delete every year that $119,900 that it shows up in this year's budget.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Haggard, seconded by Councillor Dame. Andrew, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, I just wanted to confirm that council knows that this funding is from $30,000 of taxation from the city, $29,900 from the ACRD, and we apply for a grant every year of $60,000. So the city's contribution is that 30. Just wanted to confirm the intent of the motion.
Okay, I'll withdraw my motion then. I wasn't aware. I knew that we had matching funding, but I didn't realize that's what that amount was. So I'll withdraw that motion.
Just for clarity, I'm on page 101 of the agenda. I believe that's where Councillor Haggard is speaking to under McLean Mill, and we've got the 119,000. Right under that, we've got 25,000 from taxation for his historic site building work. The last 2 years, I believe we actually deleted that 30,000 from the city budget, and we did still receive the ACRD's $29,900 budget as well as the Parks Canada. Oh, we didn't, okay. As well as grant 1 year, I believe. So we also, I believe, have some reasonably small amount of funds from the historic tax collection. Are we able to delete this 25,000 and still apply for and receive the grant?
Madam Mayor, that's correct, yes.
Thank you. Mike, did you have a further comment?
I believe that we weren't successful in the grant the last 2 years, is my understanding. I know that there was 1 year we did both put in funding, but we did not receive the grant at that time. So the grant isn't a sure thing when we apply, but with both of us matching funds, we do apply and hope for.
Thank you. And does anyone have the amount of funds that went into that? I can't remember the name of the tax that the chamber collects for us. I'm just wondering roughly how much is in that small.
Yeah.
It's just a heritage tax, isn't it? Yeah, something like that.
Madam Mayor, so over the years, at the top of my head, it's probably around $20,000 in total But this past year, I imagine that we'd receive a much higher amount with some of the work and the filming that was done out there.
Thank you. So I wonder if an appropriate motion would be to change the $25,000 to be drawn from the heritage fee instead of from taxation.
I'll second that.
Okay, and that way, if we receive all the matching grants, the work can still be done. Okay, on the motion, not seeing any comments, all in favor? Carried, none opposed. Councillor Haggard.
My last one, and this is more of a question. Under multiplex, we have a replacement propane Zamboni for $137,500. Under taxation, I'm just wondering why it's coming out of taxation and not under out of the ERF fund.
Madam Mayor, in 2018, that was moved from ERF out to taxation through a resolution of council. So they removed it, and rather than have that as an ERF contribution in 2018, it was changed to come from taxation in the future.
I do not recall that.
Me either.
Might have been before you were on council in 2018,
Oh,
but
okay, right.
I still don't recall it, and I would have been on council. I don't know why we would have done that.
Yeah, it's your fault.
That actually does not at all ring a bell, so I question if that happened in that year specifically, but I don't question that you're correct, Andrew. I just question why I wouldn't remember it, because I typically have a pretty annoying memory. Okay, Councillor Haggard.
Thank you so much, everyone. That's all. Now on to Councillor Dame.
Councillor Dame.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I've got a bunch of them here, so I'll go through one by one, as Councillor Haggard did. So starting off is just a request, I guess, for information regarding some options for animal control services. So I'd like to move that administration explore the implications of discontinuing the SPCA contract and opting into the regional animal control bylaw service. And this is just sort of in line with our ongoing discussions about regional services and buying into that rather than our own.
Thank you. I'll second that. And Mike, for additional information.
Yeah, thank you for the motion. It's very timely. I was meeting with the ACRD CAO last week, and he mentioned that they are doing a review this year on their animal control to make it more effective at the ACRD. So it would be a good time to work with the ACRD and see what type of service they're going to be entering into and what the cost would be.
Thank you. Just for clarity on the motion, what does it look like to council to explore the implications? Are we asking for a report, and if so, what's the timeline that we could expect to receive that report? I mean, I assume we're asking for a report. So, Mike, how quickly could that be prepared?
Thanks for the question. Again, if it's to go in condition with the ACRD, ACRD is reviewing that service. So I have been part of a regional district in the past, and usually it is a little bit of a longer process, so I wouldn't guess that we would have any budget reduction this year with that service. I'm guessing we'd have information probably in Q3 or Q4 back from what that service would look like. Our appointees on the regional district will be part of that discussion, and maybe it's going to be a quicker discussion, but that's just past experience when looking into a service and looking at even the establishment of how many parties are interested in it.
Thank you. Councillor Patola.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would be very interested in options for animal control as well, but I'm not clear how asking for a report on animal control is an amendment to the budget motion that's in front of us.
Thank you. Excellent point. You're right. It's not. So I think let's wrap up this conversation, but we should probably withdraw the motion as is. You're right. It's not an amendment to the budget. So go ahead, and then we could still have discussion.
Yeah, apologies. Yeah, that makes sense from a process perspective. So we can bring that up again later. Sure. So I withdraw.
Okay, and that's fine with me as the seconder. That said, on SPCA and the budget that does exist, I actually did make a motion at the last committee of the whole meeting and I can't remember the wording of it specifically, but it must be on this agenda written. Yeah, thank you. So there is a motion for that work to be started somewhat. I have, and so I guess actually we should speak to it then and not now. So continue on. Never mind.
All right, yeah, sorry about that. Okay, this should be on topic then. I would like to move that we reduce the engineering consulting services budget by $45,000. Sorry, amend the 2025-2029 financial plan to reduce the engineering consulting services budget by $45,000.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Solda, and discussion. Councillor Mealy.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to staff, what does that look like and what would that affect?
I can start, and then maybe I'll get the Director of Infrastructure to come up too in case he has something to add. So currently that budget is used for a variety of areas. So sometimes we have to do small traffic, get something assessed. We do also have a capital budget that we can use if the dollar amount is above that we can use those funds for. But sometimes we need small design guidelines, et cetera, throughout the year. So we do use the budget, but again, we would strive to work within the budget that were provided by council. And I can let Jim speak to maybe what the budget's been used to this year, and as we move forward with the master planning process, what it entails.
Thank you, Mike, and through the chair. Very valid points made by CEO. Although we are engaging in the master plan process this year, and there will be very productive, efficient work completed by that. As Mike's comments alluded to, there's a lot of smaller engineering-related things that we get consultants on board with. It can be process-related stuff with our wastewater plant or lift stations. There's things with our dams. There's transportation-related reviews where we need to take a look at intersections or road safety guidelines to ensure that we're following all those things. $50,000 goes quick with consultants, as everyone knows. So the impact with that reduction, I can't say without going back and doing some further analysis, but yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Councillor Mealy and then Councillor Dame.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, and it may be just a comment at this point for me, and with respect to my fellow councillors, but it just seems like these motions should have been coming at committee of the whole. And I say that with respect, merely because they could be recommendations to council, and the answers to those questions would be answered by the time it comes to council. So again, with respect to my fellow councillors, and I'm willing to go through all this, of course, but and it's just kind of putting our staff on the spot, and I'm not getting an answer, and I'm going to look at some of these, and there's going to be some where the answers can't come today, and we're going to be asking to put it as an amendment in the budget. So I just kind of an overarching comment about this probably should have been at the committee of the whole, but with respect to the councillors, and I understand them bringing forward today.
Thank you. I think that budget time is a little tricky because there's so much information that we're trying to sift through, that we're trying to ask questions on. So absolutely best if we can do committee of the whole. But that said, I think that it's just not always possible during budget. If council does need more information, anything that comes forward, if we're not comfortable making a decision today, we can absolutely defer it. So certainly no pressure for council to make decisions on everything today. But yeah, I mean, it is it's tricky because of the time, crunch that does exist. Sorry, I'm going to go to Councillor, unless it's relevant. Yes, Councillor Haggard and then Councillor Day.
Councillor Mealy, I just want you to know that I did ask Corporate Services if they would prefer it to come today or to the next committee of the whole meeting, and they recommend today because we're doing first reading.
Thank you. Councillor Dame.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And yes, similarly, I also asked staff if it was more appropriate to bring it today or to a future committee of the whole, and received the same answer. So I think it's just important that we're expediting this process. But having said that, if there are any items on here that we need to push to a committee of the whole for further discussion, we certainly could, of course. Yeah, and I think I hadn't spoken to this motion, and I'd just like to say that it's largely based on the fact that we are going through a master planning process that I expect will inform our future engineering needs and hopefully reduce the need for sort of a miscellaneous engineering consulting services budget. But having said that, I'm certainly open to staff input on that.
Councillor Solda.
Just ask a question, Madam Mayor, to engineering. Will this amount of money taken off the budget, will it affect any projects that are coming up for 2025? Just, I mean, to me, that's really important, getting our infrastructure and everything done. So.
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Councillor Solda. If you're referring to any of our specific capital projects that are in action for this year, those are planned for, budgeted for, and accounted for, both the construction and engineering. This consulting services line item is typically meant for non-capital project work, smaller inquiries, making sure that all of our guidelines and everything are followed, and sometimes having the right consultant review the type of work. As it said, it can be pretty varied from our water, wastewater world to transportation, to dams, to dikes, to different items as such. So, but specific to your question, no, it will not impact any capital projects from this year.
Councillor Patola.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I, like Councillor Mealy, am uncomfortable with an approach of throw darts at a board and shoot from the hip and just pick numbers that we question and approach that through a motion to delete it without appropriate input from those in the know. I would appreciate a different, I would be, appreciate isn't the right word, I would be further empowered by a different approach where these questions were asked in the form of a report and we got the opinion from the experts with some considered thought, not being put on the spot. I have a fair amount of experience in cross-examination and putting people on the spot, and it doesn't really get you always correct answers. Particularly with regards to this line item in and of itself. I think that the staff and administration of the city are individuals that want to do a good job. I've never seen anything contrary to that. And it's our job as council, in my point of view, to provide them the tools to do a good job. And then once we do that, not stand over them and tell them how they're supposed to use those tools. So this $45,000, I think, perfectly describes having a tool in your tool belt that you may or may not use, but if you need it, you want it there. And I don't think it's I don't think it's helpful if those of us that, like myself, that don't know about the tools that you need to say, well, sorry, you're only getting a number 2 Phillips, but you're not getting a number 3 or a number 1 because one will do. Just the entire business of the city functions better if people are provided with the proper tools. And I know there's a cost to that, but there's I think, quite possibly, and this is just hypothetical because I don't know, but I would be afraid of there being a bigger cost if they didn't have the tools.
Thank you. All good points. And I think council should be cautious in sometimes the wording that we are using when we're talking about what we believe or what other councillors are bringing forward. Every member of this council is just working to do the best job for the budget that we can, and we're all facing different public pressure and different input from members of the public about what's affordable and what's not. So no member of this council is in any way trying to put staff in a position to not be able to do their jobs. We have all requested information in different forms, and I think some of us feel like we haven't gotten the information we needed in order to make informed decisions. We are under time constraints, and so, as I said, everyone is putting forward information, trying to make good decisions. If there is additional information that's needed, because I think we recognize we can't ask for a report on everything and have it come back 2 weeks from now and pass a budget 2 weeks after that, then on items where we need additional information, let's ask for additional information, and absolutely no issue and no pressure there. But there are, I think, items in this list that is being proposed that we probably can make decisions on today. So, let's take them as they are, one by one, have discussion, and if council's not comfortable making a decision, then we either vote it down or we defer it for further information. But I just think we should be, respectful of the efforts that people are making, because we all have different approaches to gather that information. Mike.
Yeah, thanks. A great discussion again. I just want to clarify on administration's position. If there was anything in the engineering world that we thought that people were going to be hurt, something would fail, we would be bringing a report no matter what forward. On a recommendation as this, we don't have slated projects. If there was something to arise throughout the year, we would bring a report back to council. This one here has been able to expedite the Director of Infrastructure in making decisions to get those results. Let's say it's for a development permit where we need to look at some engineering or get a second opinion on something. We don't always come back to council for that. It's a small amount of funding that allows and assures the Director of Infrastructure that we can move forward expediently. But I do want to just make sure that council's aware that if there was something that was putting the corporation at a risk that is too great, we wouldn't be having these types of conversations, and we would be objecting to council making a quick decision. The reason why corporate and myself did say that the recommendations could come forward today is the more time we have to understand what council's considering. And if there is a topic where we believe there needs to be a report, then we can start working on it immediately with council's consideration. So I do understand the pressures that all of council are under and that administration's under. And I just want to make sure that we continue to work together to achieve the best output for the public.
Yeah, thank you very much. Councillor Dame.
Thank you very much. And just a quick comment in response to all that. I think that certainly that there are some viewpoints brought forward that represent the ideal way of doing this. I just feel that we have to make some decisions, a lot of them, and we don't always have the luxury of having all of the time and space and discussion required to necessarily meet that ideal. Having said that, there is no reason that if there's any one of these items here that needs further time, that we can't request that and push it to a COW meeting or whatever other way would provide that. So yeah, I think that's my stance on that.
Thank you. I just want to note that there's actually multiple engineering consulting services in our budget. There's line 23121 under transportation services and common services, engineering consulting services, 51,500. There's development services, which, sorry, that's separate, and I know we've already spoken to that budget. There's engineering and consulting services under the water fund for 30,000 as well. So I know that doesn't come from taxation, but I'm just wondering, I'm assuming this is the transportation one specifically?
Yeah, correct. Sorry, I should have specified that. It's line 23121.
And so in the budget for 51,500 and proposing to reduce it by 45,000. Okay, thank you. Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none, on the motion, all opposed? Okay, motion carried. Thank you. And Councillor Dame, if you want to continue.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On to another topic. And many of these things, it should be noted, are things that they're all good things to have. They're all good things that I don't want to lose. But just given the budget situation that we are currently in, just looking for places where non-essential services probably could be reduced. And so on the topic of street sweeping, I would like to move that the 2025 to 2029 financial plan be amended to reduce street sweeping to 6 months of the year only.
Thank you. And would that effectively reduce the budget by 50% if we're talking budget amendments specifically? Mike?
Through the chair, we would have to bring a number back to you on that. I'm not sure how much the street sweeping in the winter are used for water and sewer, even though it comes out of that account. We'd have to do a full budget, a dive into that budget and see if it's what the effects are and bring it back to council.
Thank you. Okay. Sorry, I'll second it so that it's seconded. Councillor Mealy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, and so yeah, that was my question too. Is just you know, what is the cost savings there? Also, too, does that mean that there is a change in and without trying to talk about labor in any way, but would that be a change in, or maybe we can get a report on that when it comes up on the change of duties for the street sweeping people?
Councillor Solda.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to see more information, and like new development comes, the street sweeper goes and cleans up the street. I mean, if we cancel it, what about in the winter? I mean, we've seen that. So I'm going to make a motion to defer it for more information to the committee of the whole.
Thank you. That's great. Okay, moved and seconded. Okay. Any comments? Seeing none on the motion to defer, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Okay, and Councillor Dame.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Moving on to another one that is something that I'm actually really excited about, and I in no way hope that this is a permanent removal, but I would like to move that the 2025 to 2029 financial plan be amended to reflect a $56,000 budget reduction for placemaking initiatives to be reviewed once a formal policy is developed.
Thank you. Moved and seconded. Can someone remind me? I thought the placemaking was tied to a grant, but it maybe is just that we swapped okay, Mike.
Yeah, through the chair, the placemaking used to be the facade improvement program, and then the council earlier this year shifted those funds to develop a program and say how we're going to administer it. That policy I know is on the work plan for the manager of cultural services coming up, I believe in in 2025.
Okay, thank you. So I think to remove it from this year, but keep it in the 2026 budget, I would imagine, giving the time to have a policy and plan created. Councillor Patola.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I know that's kind of a generic number because it came out of a different program that was used before and then basically renamed. But I do believe that placemaking is important, and putting off that policy development might not be the best idea at this point in time. Well, it might be the best idea, I don't know. But anyways, my question through you, Madam Mayor, to the CAO is there possibly a different value that would be ascribed to just the plans that are in place for the cultural manager at this point in time that would be other than $56,000?
Thanks for the question, and through the chair, I believe the $56,000 was actually for when we rolled out the project to award for placemaking. I am not aware of costs to create the program. I will consult with the manager, but I believe that full budget was moved over to be in effect like the facade improvement, where that would be awarded for placemaking initiatives within the city.
Thank you. Any further comments? Councillor Solda.
So just let me get this clear. The placemaking is for the facade program. And we didn't roll it, no. Okay.
Facade program was canceled.
Yeah, okay. Okay. I just think it's really important for the small businesses and that to have something. This is not the same thing?
Yeah, so the facade improvement program was canceled as a result of lack of interest over the last couple of years. And so Pat Deacon brought forward a report to us on options, and we moved the funds that we had set for the facade improvement program to a placemaking program to be developed. And the suggestion today is not that we don't develop that program, but rather that we, since we don't have it developed yet, we don't budget for it this year. we give the year for the program to be created, we can advertise it, we could launch it towards the end of the year, and that we would include it in the 2026 plan.
I'm good.
Okay, seeing no further comments on the motion, all in favor? Opposed? Carried, none opposed. Thank you. Councillor Dame.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The next one is relating to the Community Investment Program. Again, this is something that is challenging because we historically, I guess this is a question, historically have allowed people to come and take advantage of the CIP past the deadline. Is that's accurate?
Through the chair, yes. I believe in the policy currently, the Director of Parks, Rec and Culture would be able to explain the program better, but I believe there's always an amount that is saved in case there is something that comes at a later time. So currently the committee met, awarded an amount of the money out of the CIP, and then there is a remainder there for the rest of the year in case there are those late requests.
Okay, great, thank you. And I'm just realizing that the way I have this worded, it actually wouldn't be an amendment to the current motion. So you think it could be? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay, sure. Well, then I guess the next question is what might be an appropriate reserve to put excess funds towards?
Through the chair, it would be up to council's consideration on where they'd like to move it. If it is staying in that realm, then I would recommend that it would be remain in the recreation reserve for that. I'm not sure if the Director of Finance has a response to that, or if you want more information about the remainder of the CIP.
Yeah, so with the CIP, I think we could bring back further information and clarify that, whatever's left over.
Sorry, go ahead, Councillor Dame.
Well, I'll make the motion, and I guess we can discuss further if it needs it. I move that uncommitted community investment program funds, as per the previous year-end deadline, be added to an appropriate reserve.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Second it. I think we should specify the reserve. I mean, even if for the time being we say the Parks and Recreation Reserve generally, yeah. Councillor Solta, go ahead. Okay. Is council okay if a reserve is selected, just to make sure it is tied to a clear budget direction? Okay, that's moved and seconded. So go ahead, Councillor Patola.
So this wouldn't reduce the amount of the CIP in the budget. So it doesn't have an effect on the calculations for this budget year. Any excess would go into, as proposed, a reserve. But as it is now, any excess is part of surplus, which then rolls back into the budget in general. So we're not really, in my point of view, achieving anything different than what we currently do. The money doesn't disappear. It doesn't necessarily, if the concern is, does it stay in the CIP fund and the CIP fund gets rolled over? That's not my understanding. I could be corrected in that. But my understanding is at the end of the year, what's not used is budgetary surplus, and Director McGifford will tell us later on in this budget planning cycle what our surplus is that contributes to lowering the tax increases for this year.
Yep, absolutely. And I don't think there's a suggestion that the funds disappear. Of course, there's always a process for how they come back to council. Comments? Seeing none? On the motion, all in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Councillor Dame.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am going to move that the 2025 to 2029 financial plan be amended to reflect a change in the city's horticultural practice of moss hanging baskets being reduced from 16 inches to 12-inch baskets.
Is there a seconder?
I'll second for discussion.
Seconded by Councillor Solda. And Councillor Solda, did you have a comment?
I do. So I'm just wondering the visibility for 12-inch baskets comparing to what we have. And you were also, now I'm not sure, we discussed about the planters too. Is this in this?
That's the next one.
That's the next one? Okay, fair enough. I'm just kind of curious to know if that would be visibly 12-inch, you know? At home I have 12-inch. I would love bigger, but yeah.
Councillor Dame.
Well, I'm thinking that the visible difference is probably going to be minimal, as you're going to still have a lot of. I mean, this is just a personal opinion. I think that it will. We're saving a little bit of money, and still having you know, a good bang for your buck with color. And by the way, I love the hanging baskets. They look amazing. I think that they're great.
Thank you. I don't agree with this change. Only just because I do think it's a small amount of money and it has a very large impact, but appreciate the putting it forward. Councillor Mealy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So we're just reducing it, the size. How do we know we're saving $4,500?
Yeah, through the chair, in the report that went to the committee of the whole, there were lots of options moving forward if you reduce the annual budget on an ongoing basis. This is part of the request of wondering what the reductions in different horticulture spots from the two motions that came forward, some of the options that the parks manager brought forward.
Thank you. Councillor Patola, did you have your hand up? No? Okay. On the motion, all in favor? Opposed? Motion carried.
Like flowers.
Horrible. Just kidding. Councillor Dame, go ahead.
The flowers will still be there, just in a 4-inch smaller basket. Yeah. And on that topic, and I imagine this one's going to be even more controversial, I move that seasonal bulb planting be eliminated and the 9 irrigated beds be planted with perennials in place of annuals.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Patola. And just commenting that there's not a budget number attached to this. However, there was a budget number in the report that came to Committee of the Whole. So I'm assuming that the associated budget number would be included in this motion when it's written in the agenda. Thank you. Councillor Mealy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. No, I just wanted to just point that out, that there wasn't a number here, but I don't have it in front of me, but I think it was $200,000. I thought it was that much. Can I just?
Are we able to actually find that
I'll
information?
look.
Because I'd like to know the context we're talking about before we vote on this. Thank you. Councillor Dame.
Yeah, I apologize. These were written fairly quickly, and I did put thought into them as far as the decision, but not necessarily the exact dollar amounts for each one. So if needed, I can look it up as well.
It says change all 9 irrigated garden beds to perennials. That's what we're referencing, right, Councillor Dame?
Yes, and
Okay.
also discontinuing the bulbs.
Okay, so that's $11,000. And then savings of only $4,000 if annuals are ordered after January. And I'm not sure if there's bulbs somewhere different. And stop planting seasonal bulbs, $11,000. So we're talking about $22,500. Just for council information. Councillor Solda.
So just to be clear, is this going to be on Johnson Road? We have the big cement. Is this included in this little pack? I just want to be clear.
Yeah, it includes only the 9 irrigated ones. Those are the the bulbs would be across the board. Yeah.
Just to follow up, okay, so January was, like, didn't we hear that they were being ordered, everything's being ordered? So where are we, what's the status on that? I mean, it might be too late for 2025, just.
Mike, are you able to speak to that?
Through the chair, I'm not sure if the bulbs, I believe some of the bulbs have already been planted this year, but again, I understand council's consideration here is also for future years. But I'm not positive how many have been ordered or what has happened on the horticulture front.
Thank you. Council, I'm going to advocate for us to not make this change. I have probably, in the 10 years I've been on council, literally never heard support for a city project like the support I have heard for the Johnson Road planters. I think they're the most popular physical item that possibly exists in the city of Port Alberni. And I am always just incredibly impressed by the vibrancy that the bulbs, along with those planters, add to our community. So I think that this is one of the things that we do in Port Alberni that has a reasonably low cost and has a very significant impact. So I would like to see the program continue as it is, but just going to welcome up our Director of Parks, Recreation and Culture.
As she's coming up, Madam Mayor, everybody has said how beautiful that is and everything. The only problem is sometimes those particular planters, the cement ones, visibility for crosswalks and that's the only concern there. And we just need to look at doing something a little different on some areas. So I support the flowers, but yeah.
Thank you. I know we have lots of hands up, but I'm going to go to our Director first.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So to confirm, the bulbs for 2025 have been purchased already. So the corresponding budget savings would be for 2026 and beyond.
Thank you. Councillor Dame and then Councillor Mealy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, and I'd just like to add that I'm not talking about leaving planters empty and barren. I'm talking about planting them with alternative plants that are longer lasting. And also, I would like to point out that a very significant amount of bulbs and annuals are stolen every year. Like that's a significant cost to the city as well. And I don't think that cost is reflected in these numbers. I could be wrong. But that was part of the motivation for this as well.
Yeah, thanks. I know that's a challenge and appreciate that important note. Mike.
Through the chair too, I was just looking at the report, and I just want to make sure we are talking, this is not removing all non-irrigated planters. These are the irrigated beds that are on there. So when we talk about Johnson Roads, they are non-irrigated. We actually drive the tractor around and water them. So that is the last one there, where it's to remove all non-irrigated planters. There's 52 on Johnson Road and Argyle. That was a $60,000 savings. So again, the ones that are on the table right now are the other ones, the seasonal bulbs.
Just for clarity, we're not talking about removing any planters. The motion is only to change what we're planting and to stop planting the bulbs.
Correct, and I
So
just
it's
wanted
separate from the $60,000 budget.
Yeah, and I just wanted to make sure that everybody was aware. There was mention of them being Johnson Street. It's not Johnson Street, it's just the irrigated ones.
Well, stop planting seasonal bulbs, which happens all over the community, and change all 9 irrigated beds to perennials. Okay. That's all I was. Okay. Thanks. I'm still opposed. Councillor Mealy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'm kind of with you on that one, actually. I'd like to keep it. And the other reason why is because I believe with the upcoming work going to be done by the province on Johnson Road, that we will have to move or change what we do anyways. So I think this is something that we're going to have to look at next year.
Thank you. Any other, Councillor Patola.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and obviously I seconded this. I'm in support of it. I think landscaping should be done with native species, and I think that there is plenty of room to encourage native species planting. That is absolutely gorgeous. and encourage or open the door for different programs with regards to city beautification that would include participation of building owners, whether they be residential or commercial, that wish to have their particular spin within a certain defined criteria in front of their own building. So I am fully in support of this motion. There are many other options available. We can reduce this budget, well, I guess for 2026, and explore those other options after this budget is completed.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And I do think that there's, it's a great opportunity to expand some of the different types of species that we're planting. I would like to see that being an expansion of service instead of changing what we're doing right now. So I think it's a great conversation. I don't support this still specifically, but I do think it's a conversation for the future about what we'd like to change, and only because we don't necessarily know what the cost of that would be yet. So as it's written right now, based on the last committee of the whole report, I don't think we have enough information to know if we could make a shift in that regard. Okay, any further comments on the motion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion defeated. Motion passed, sorry, motion passed.
That's too funny.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to, I would like to address the use of pesticides, both the expense and the environmental and health implications of it. I think that maybe it's time for Port Alberni to become a pesticide-free community, and so I would like to move that the pesticide spraying contract be eliminated and alternative pest management solutions be explored.
Is there a budget number associated with that? If
Yeah,
we don't
there-
have it, I would suggest, if we don't know what the number is, I would suggest we make it just after we do the budget, and it could still be made. And if you do have it, then let's, okay. Councillor Mealy, go ahead if you want to second
Sorry,
it
yeah,
and speak to it. Yeah.
I'll second to speak on it, and I'll just give Councillor Dane a little time. So I was on council in the 2000s where we walked away from pesticides use, and it wasn't too long after I retired that the city went back to pesticide use. So there is a report somewhere and a reasoning why we walked away from it and then we went back to it. I am going to assume, not being in the room at the time, that it was a cost thing. But if there's somebody else, well, Councillor Solda, maybe she remembers. But anyways, it was something that was talked about years ago where we went pesticide free, and then the city went back after I retired. So not sure where that is and the reasoning why, but I'd love some more information on it if
Yeah.
it's not today.
Willa, are you able to speak to that possibly? And if you don't have information on it today, that's fine, but I know there has been reports provided in the past, not to say they can't be updated, but just if there's any information relevant.
Madam Mayor, just to remind council that the use of pesticides is one tool in our toolbox. So we use it as a tool. It is not meant to, it's very selective in our use. So within the time that I've been here at the city, we have, yes, we've engaged back in a pesticide program. Of course, happy to look at changing again if council wishes, but council of the day did confirm their use, yes.
Councillor Dane, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I just looked it up and it was $15,000 savings is what that would be. So just to clarify.
Thank you, just for adding to the motion so everyone's clear. Councillor Solda.
Okay, so I remember council going to the pesticide and getting rid of it, and then it came back. And there was a reason. It was not to do with the cost or anything. There was a reason, but I can't remember that. And there is a report out there. It would be in Scott Kenny days when he was here, and I just know there was a reason.
I do know there's been a few reports on this over the years because multiple people have brought forward that we would like to not be using pesticides, and my understanding is the city uses pesticides in as limited a capacity as possible with a lot of care. So I think that if, I mean, as a budget motion, certainly this is permitted. If council would like to, if this does or does not pass and council would like to receive more information on this, it could be made as a new item under new business as well, just to refresh ourselves on that information. I think it would be worthwhile for us to get more understanding. Councillor Mealy and then Councillor Haggard.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I would agree with that. I just think if, I'd like to know more because if it's one of the tools in the toolkit, we take it away. Well, are we using the other tools just as much or more, right? And so, yeah, I would love to know why the city went back to pesticides after the council today. So, yeah, just would like more information.
Thank you. Councillor Haggard.
I would like to defer this motion until we get further information.
Yeah. Moved and seconded. Okay. Seeing no further comments on the motion, all in favor? Carried, none opposed. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Dean.
So the next one I have here is requesting a report about museum operations, and I don't think that it's an amendment to these, so we'll, sure. Yeah. Okay, sounds good. Okay, so then moving on, now this one's probably going to need some staff input, and would be happy to have it moved to committee of the whole if that's helpful, but I'd like to move that the 2025 to 2029 financial plan be amended, sorry, I lost my spot here, so that any funds in the CSO budget not committed to a specific project up to $380,000 be moved to reserves.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Actually, now that we have that seconder, I do wonder if this one is more of a policy question than a budget amendment. Mike, do you want to, or Sarah, if you want to comment?
Yeah, through the chair, I guess you could look at it either way there. I believe there was 350 was put into the budget allotment per year to meet our wastewater treatment plant designation. I believe saving it in a reserve for a bigger project we're able to do. Currently, I believe that infrastructure services, and the director could confirm or deny this, but I believe that currently they use it for smaller projects. I know last year's was put into, actually I don't remember where last year's was put into, but I know that there is amounts of the CSO that are into Argyle Street. So again, if we do put it into a reserve, I think we would still use it and I would meet the intent of our permit.
Thank you. Councillor Mealy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, maybe it's just a clarification for me, at least on the funds, because if I'm not mistaken, for water and sewer, it's its own specialized area, meaning so the money that goes in can't just move out to general revenue without a resolution of council. They have to go back to reserves. Am I wrong in saying that?
Through the chair, so water and sewer are their own funds. This is actually the general. So when we do some CSOs, it's not directly, sometimes Storm will get new infrastructure, so then it's charged to the general fund in the Storm area. If the sewer is being replaced with new sewer, new items, and the old combined stays as Storm, then sewer would pay for the majority. If it's both getting new, then it would be split both. So again, we have changed that policy to make sure we're very clear in what is being charged by a utility or by the general fund. So this is directly related to Storm water helping us with our CSO, because sometimes you can take a drainage from an area, direct it into a stream or into a natural area instead of putting it into the sewer or the combined infrastructure.
Thank you. Council, just really looking at this motion, I think this is better to be, if Councillor Damas and seconder are supportive of it, to withdraw for the time being, make this as more of a policy motion. I think the intent here makes a lot of sense. When funds are set aside for this work, if they're not utilized in a year, we want them to go into the reserve so that larger projects can be done. I think that's more about how we budget than our specific budget. So if that's okay, maybe we could just make this motion after.
Sure, yeah, I'm happy with that.
Okay, so we'll withdraw for now. Go ahead, Councillor Dame.
Moving on to some simpler ones, I move that the painting of Bob Daly Stadium be deferred to 2027.
Thank you. Moved and seconded. Could somebody find the number for that?
It's in capital plan.
Okay, thank you. So, and it was 21,000? No. 21,850. Okay, moved and seconded, and discussion. Councillor Haggard.
May I ask the Director of Parks and Recreation and Culture if this would be doable if we put it off till 2027, or how much is it needed today?
Madam Mayor, like most of the maintenance projects that we bring forward, when we defer such projects, we get into the situation over time where simple repair turns into a replacement. So difficult to say at this moment that deferring it a year or two what the specific impact might be, but just wanting council to be aware that anytime we defer projects, we run that risk of it turning into be not just dealing with inflation for the future years' extended costs, but also more invasive of a project in the future than it might be at the outset when staff suggest.
Councillor Patola.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I think this is just reinforcing the problem that we've gotten into from past deferring and delaying of projects. Is it just goes to another year, we still have to pay for it, and generally we have to pay more, even just because of inflation. So I would be against deferring something that's going to have to be done anyways. And I mean, part of the reason why this budget is the size it is because things in it were deferred from previous years. So I don't want to carry on in that practice.
Thank you. Councillor Dame.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 100% agree. I'm not one who normally likes to push projects to the future. I just thought this particular one probably wouldn't have too significant of a consequence and just trying to provide some relief on a particularly bad budget year. But, you know, I'm not, if council wants to do it this year, then of course that's great too.
Yeah, I would agree with Councillor Dame on this item. And I also think that not all capital projects are 100% necessary capital projects, and necessary is not really required. You know, the Industrial Heritage Centre has been proposed to paint the concrete walls for $200,000. I would say that while that may be necessary work, it is not required work. And so council's role is still to determine which capital projects are our priorities and which are not. And so I think how I read this one is, yes, at some point Bob Daly will need to be painted, and actually it does need to be painted, let me be clear. However, is that a priority? Doesn't necessarily mean it has to be a priority for this year over other capital projects. So I think I agree with both the comments that have been made, but it is still council's role to determine priorities and how to fit in as much as possible. Councillor Solda.
Just a quick question to our Parks and Rec. Is the paint been ordered, and is it at the works yard or wherever you store it, or do we have to order it? I just want to see if it's on site already.
Madam Mayor, I don't know offhand if the product is in hand at this point or not.
Thank you. Okay. On the motion to defer this project, all in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Councillor Dame.
Okay. On the topic of the Roger Creek Park zip line, again, similarly to the previous one, I just don't feel that this is a priority for this year. So I'd like to move that the Roger Creek Park zip line installation be moved to 2027 in the 2025 to 2029 financial plan.
Thank you. Moved and seconded. Sad. Could we just hear a little bit more about this project? Only because I had in my mind Blair Park, and I thought that's what was originally talked about. So Roger Creek Park, I'm just curious, I guess, where this is envisioned to go at Roger Creek Park. And the reason I ask is because we just finished the Key to Key. It goes through Roger Creek. There's a lot more significant traffic through there. And so I think there could be higher value there than there would be in normal years.
Madam Mayor, so 2 points. First of all, I understand that the location of that zip track or zip line would be adjacent to the existing play structure that's there at Roger Creek, not Blair Park. And secondly, predicting Councillor Solda's next question, the zip track has been purchased by the Lions Club. It is in town, currently being stored with one of the members currently. So it is in town.
Thank you. Then could you expand on what the cost of it is specifically, if it was purchased by the Lions Club, just installation or?
So, Madam Mayor, the installation cost, so I don't know offhand the purchase price that the Lions Club paid to purchase the unit itself. As far as the installation goes, so we have obtained a quote, and I can receive that from staff and pull it up. As far as the installation, staff are recommending that the installation is completed by a third party rather than city staff. So we do have staff that are certified playground inspectors that could do that installation. There's some concern, first of all, that the equipment has been stored. We cannot verify if there's any questions around hardware that might be missing pieces, that sort of thing. Also, since our city employees don't typically complete audits of that equipment, we would suggest that risk get taken on by a third party. So what I'm saying is that although our certified playground inspectors do inspect our current existing play structures, an audit would be required of any new equipment that gets installed. And so in order to insulate the city from possible risk, staff feel that it's important that we have a third party who audits those pieces regularly, complete that inspection to ensure that the inspection, the item that's audited or the new equipment passes that inspection. Also, it reduces the risk that the city as a corporation takes on if our staff complete that audit.
Thank you very much. That's really helpful. Councillor Dane.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just for clarification, the cost involved for just the installation is $34,500, which I assume is because of, as the director just outlined, it's not just a simple everyday playground installation. So being that that's a significant expenditure in a tight budget year, I'm just not convinced that that's a priority for this current year.
Thank you. Councillor Solda.
Just a quick question, Madam Mayor. Is the equipment used or is it new?
Madam Mayor, I believe it is new equipment, as far as I'm aware, yes.
So I'm just kind of curious to know how we would be missing components to it, or could be missing components. My biggest thing is insurance on this particular line. Like if somebody hurts himself, falls, I mean, nobody's going to be there and monitors them or how they're going using the zip line and that. So I've always had a little question on liability on that too.
So first of all, this is why you don't see things like merry-go-rounds anymore, or based on insurance and that type of thing. Many communities do have this sort of a zip track or a flying fox or that type of equipment. So it's very standard these days. So as far as the city's risk from an insurance standpoint, no different than what we currently cover. As far as the unit itself and this idea of storage, since it's currently being stored, I believe, on personal property, this isn't a situation where it's coming from the manufacturer directly to the install. So of course, anytime these boxes move locations, there's always a chance that there could be a situation where something is displaced, that type of thing. So that's the part of the concern, is that when it doesn't go straight from the manufacturer to site, there's always an opportunity for an increased risk of something not being in its entirety.
So if we wait a year, if we do it for 2026 and put it in that budget, sometimes when you store things, after a while, it's not great to wait a year, and I'm concerned on that one. I've seen boxes that get opened later and forget it.
Madam Mayor, my suggestion would be that if that's council's direction to look at deferring for a year or longer, we would do two things. We would first of all confirm the state of the equipment itself. Secondarily, I would recommend reaching out to the manufacturer to include or to confirm what storage of this unit. Could it compromise its structural integrity in the future? Is there a better storage technique or location or scenario that would also ensure that longevity of the unit? Maybe there's nothing to say that would happen. I would recommend that we would answer those questions before waiting, and then in a year from now be in a difficult situation.
Thank you. preference would be that if a local club has purchased this equipment for us, we put it up. I think the Lions Club does a lot of good work in the community, a lot of volunteering and fundraising, and I'm grateful that they want to contribute that to a city space. So especially given that this is, I would say, an area that is seeing significant increase in its use as a result of the traffic on the Key to Key. I think this is an excellent use of funds, especially if we're not purchasing it ourselves. So I will vote against the motion for that reason. Any other comments? Councillor Patola.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm wondering if someone in administration could confirm whether or not this plan, program, utility has ever come before council for approval, or whether it's just a well-meaning donation that someone has dropped on our doorstep.
Madam Mayor, this has been a discussion for a number of years with our Parks Department and the Lions Club, so it is not new. The Lions Club did, under their own efforts, go ahead and purchase that equipment. So staff has been in contact with the Lions Club over the number of years. This item has come to council in previous budgets as well. As far as the purchase, though, the final purchase of the unit, the Lions Club took that on themselves.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, seeing none on the motion, all in favor? Opposed? Motion defeated. Thank you. And Councillor Dame.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Cringing a bit at this next one, but given it's a year of setting priorities, I move that council eliminate the tree planting budget from the 2025 to 2029 financial plan. It's approximately an $80,000 budget implication.
Is there a seconder?
I'll second it because I'm sure
Councillor Solda. Councillor Dame and I pre-spoke about this one and my upset with it. Go ahead, Willa.
Madam Mayor, reserving judgment, I will just indicate to council that typically this budget is used for planting at locations throughout community that are not currently slated for development projects. So just to ensure council's on the same page, that this is in addition to other tree planting that may occur as part of a development or other budgeted line items. So in essence, this is, if there's such thing as extra tree planting, this would be that.
Thank you. And I'll just speak to this because it was my motion that created this budget every year, I think 6 years ago. And the city of Port Alberni cuts down a lot of trees. And in the past, we have not made a priority, and I mean, you know, long ago past, we have not made a priority of replanting. We have cut down old trees to do infrastructure projects and replaced them with very tiny trees that will never, you know, in our lifetime kind of give back the effect. So this tree planting budget was to ensure that every single year an intentional amount of trees is being added to our community for a variety of reasons. But and I won't go through all of them because it's, I think it speaks for itself, but I understand it is a difficult budget year. However, I think this is a budget that if we take it out of our budget now, it will not come back into the budget. And I think our community 5 years from now, 10 years from now, and when we're all gone, will be much worse as a result of it. So this is a very important budget to me because I think it is ongoing for the good of our community, and every single year that impact grows significantly more. Councillor Dame.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I actually do agree with you. I love this this practice that we have of planting new trees every year, and this is genuinely painful. I like to use the proverb that a great man plants trees in whose shade he will never sit. And I think that it's really good. I just think that it's just hard to ask taxpayers in this current year, in this current time, to pay for extras. So I do have a question, and I think I know the answer, but in addition to this, we still do have a tree replacement program policy.
Madam Mayor, no, we do not have a policy at this point. Further to when our manager of parks was speaking earlier today, staff, when we develop that tree policy, we will also include in there for council's consideration replacement ratio. So meaning that for every tree we remove, we replace with X number of trees of XYZ species. So to give council that context as well, that in some communities, it's a 1-for-1 replacement. So for every tree we remove, regardless of what the purpose is or what that project is, you replace at least with one similar stem or tree. In other communities, it's more. It could be a 2 or a 10-to-1 type of ratio. Some, of course, don't have that at all. But again, to give council some context that we can add to our policy as well. If council wishes to see a certain species and or ratio of replacement trees anytime we look to remove trees as well.
Other comments? Councillor Dame?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So given that there is a tree policy in the works, I think that just adds further validation to this, that this is a pause essentially, and hopefully as a part of a future tree planting policy, there will be able to be very deliberate about planting trees in our community, and so this is just for now.
Thank you. I appreciate the just for now comment. I still think it's important every year to plant new trees in our community intentionally. So I will vote against the motion, but I won't be upset with Councillor Dame for putting it forward as I'm voting against. All right, seeing no further comments on the motion, all in favor? Opposed? Motion defeated. Thank you. Did it? Was it 1, 2? Oh, yeah, you didn't vote. Okay, sorry. I didn't see the abstain there. Okay, motion carried. Go ahead, Councillor Dame.
Sorry.
You're in trouble, Councillor Dame.
I know I am. I know, I'm aware. Okay, moving on to the multiplex handrails. So I do feel that a little bit more information would help, but I know this has been discussed to a degree, and I'm hoping that it will be acceptable to move this to next year, to 2026. So I'm going to move that the 2025 to 2029 financial plan be amended to move the installation, or sorry, the replacement of the handrail at the multiplex to 2026.
Thank you. Do we have a budget number associated with that? 50,000. Okay. Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Mealy. Councillor Mealy, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I've been in discussion with some people at the arena. There is at least one local business owner that would love to take part in this project and help us out. I don't think he's ready at this very second. If I called him today, I don't think he's exactly ready. I would love an opportunity to, I won't make the motion, but let everybody talk, but to defer this to a future committee of the whole meeting. But I'll let everybody else speak.
Councillor Solda.
Just a quick question, the handrail, is it a safety concern? I mean, if somebody's walking down the stairs, they need to hang on, right? So I thought it was a safety concern.
Yeah, the arena doesn't have any handrails going down the middle of the for the stands, so everybody has to kind of go down at their own, and we've had some issues at games.
I think as a safety concern, I'll be voting against the motion. I know people need that handrail at times, and I'll be voting against.
Thank you. Councillor Patola.
I think I heard Councillor Mealy make a motion to defer, and I'd like to second that motion.
He specifically said he was not making it yet. Yeah.
And I will not.
Willa, go ahead.
So Madam Mayor, just again as a point of context, this would be an installation of a new railing, and so it would be for safety's sake. In other similar vintage rinks, you would find some facilities have handrails, some do not. What we're looking at is a potential test case in this situation. So we're not talking about outfitting the entire multiplex for that $50,000 figure. We're talking about outfitting a section to test it to see what how the system works. If it works well, meets its intended purpose, and then expanding from there. So again, to give council some context that this would be a phased approach as opposed to saying this one lump sum would outfit the entire rink. That is not the case in this instance.
Thank you. Councillor Mealy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I appreciate that comment, just merely because the stands, it's some of those stairs going down are a little narrow, so yeah, it's not a one-size-fits-all, that's for sure. It's gonna have to be worked on, so. But again, I'd like a little opportunity after everybody speak to, sure, I'll make a motion to defer to a committee of the whole meeting, future committee of the whole.
Moved and seconded. Any further comments? See, Councillor Dane.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just real quick, I was actually mistaken. I thought that this, and I actually said in my wording that it was a replacement. I would not have made this motion had I understood that it was an installation of a new railing, so I missed something there. So I'm very happy to see this being deferred for discussion.
Thank you very much. Okay, on the motion to defer, all in favor? Carried, none opposed. And go ahead, Councillor Dane.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to move that museum security room and flooring, I've made a typo here in my notes. The flooring installation needed for the museum be deferred to the 2027 budget.
Okay, moved by Councillor Dane, seconded by Councillor Solda. Any comments? Councillor Mealy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just clarification on exactly what the upgrades and security was, just for the context for everybody at home.
Madam Mayor, if I could just get a little more context about location of the museum, please.
Yeah, I apologize. I fumbled that motion, but it's actually intended to bundle the museum security and flooring upgrades. And the flooring upgrades, I believe, were in the washroom and was it the security room? There was something else there.
It was $10,000 and the budget item is museum security and washroom flooring. Okay.
Thank you. So Madam Mayor, when we're talking about, just to compare to the Bob Daly painting that I've referenced, this idea that as we defer projects, of course, they get more expensive and they may become more involved and the scope may change. The flooring specifically would have less of an impact there because, of course, we're talking about inside a temperate environment inside a building as opposed to exterior finishings. So that speaks to the washroom flooring. As far as the security program, more specifically, is part of when a museum hosts traveling exhibits, there's a requirement to have a certain level of security. And so, meaning that when staff are not on site, is there security cameras or other security measures in place to ensure that the artifacts on display are secure? So that's what this would be specifically speaking to at the museum, is additional secure measures when we host things like traveling exhibits, and then also our permanent collection as well.
Thank you. Could I just ask, so this is new, not updating? So we've always had traveling exhibits, but is this a new requirement or is it just updating equipment?
This would be replacing equipment.
Okay, comments? Okay, seeing none. On the motion, all in favor? Opposed? Motion defeated. Go ahead, Councillor Dane.
I would like to move that painting of caretaker facility public washrooms be deferred to 2027 and that the 2025 to 2029 financial plan be amended as such.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Solda. And discussion. Councillor Dane.
Thank you. Yeah, just given the discussion we've had recently about sort of dialing back our maintenance and improvements to caretaker facilities, I thought that this could probably be put off for a couple of years and we might have more of an understanding of the future of these buildings at that time in order to make a more informed decision.
Thank you. And just for clarity, it is $10,000 that is in the budget. Okay. Councillor Solda.
So maybe I could be refreshed how the state of the washrooms are, and the paint and everything.
So, Madam Mayor, as part of a previous presentation, there was a package of information that outlined the state of each of the caretaker buildings as well as the public washroom access as well. So the specifics would be outlined there. And as we had the discussion previously with the paper mill dam, of course, being the most immediate repair.
Okay, thank you. Comments, questions? Okay, seeing none. On the motion, all in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Councillor Dane?
On to my last one. Thanks, everyone, for bearing with us. This one is one that I do think that probably warrants some discussion and information. But for discussion, I'd like to move that the future capital project design budget in the under the road and paving project design heading be cut by $100,000 in 2025. And there is, just for clarity, there is currently $250,000 in that budget, I believe. I should double check that. Okay, and so reducing it by $100,000 would leave $150,000, and this isn't for, this is for specifically for the project design part of it, so.
Thank you. Was there a seconder? Okay, second for discussion. Councillor Solda, discussion. Maybe Mike, you could speak to, or Jim, could speak to just generally information on this, and if there's plans for what it will be used for, or if it's just a budget that gets used throughout the year for various projects.
Yeah, I know that this was put in the budget before Jim started with the city, so I know it was a placeholder with no specific roads for design, but I'll let Jim to speak if he has a plan for this year coming up.
Thanks, Mike, and through the chair. The design funding that we have in that line item is currently unallocated specific to projects. With the transportation master plan, part of that will also be a road network survey where we do complete survey of our roads across the city. It's a bit tricky to suggest which projects require priority without having a full scope view of our entire network. So I don't believe we have anything allotted specific for 2025 for that design.
Thank you. And when will the full plan be completed so that we could get priorities and then be expected to be able to start utilizing these funds, like later this year, early? Just wondering about kind of the expectation that we would allocate and use these funds this year.
Thank you for the question, and through the chair. I don't have at my fingertips exact dates for the transportation master plan completion, but I believe it's later this year. And inclusive of that is that road network survey. The tricky part with the prioritization of resurfacing of roadways is the need to also tie that with the utilities below ground and the state of both the water, sewer, storm, depending on where those priority areas are. So not sure if that answers your question or not.
Sure. So we'll rely on other studies potentially as well, other master plans being completed. So in reality, this may not be a fund that would be fully expended this year just as a result of the other studies that we're working on. I don't want to put words in your mouth if that's not correct, but it is sort of an out of the norm year as a result of the master plans. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Dame.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And yeah, that was sort of the basis for this motion, was understanding that it was unallocated and that we do have a master plan in the works that will better inform this budget moving forward. I felt that it was maybe worth taking a risk that that money might not be needed this year, and we would have a better idea in the future once we have that master plan.
Thank you. Comments? Okay, seeing none on the motion, all in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you. Okay, Council, I have a couple, not all motions, but a couple to add as well from our Committee of the Whole agenda, our last one. I would like to move a reduction to the park maintenance budget of $50,000 allocated specifically to discontinuing maintenance of city or of parks not within city limits. Sorry, the 3 parks, not McLean Mill. So that's why I've made it $50,000 based on the response that we got at our last committee of the whole. Seconded by Councillor Solda, and if I could be a little more clear on that. At our last meeting, one of the options the Director of Parks, Recreation and Culture brought forward was a $116,000 reduction for parks maintenance, and that was stop maintaining parks outside of city limits, including Soma, Seton, Paper Mill Dam, and McLean Mill. I don't feel at this point we can discontinue or even consider discontinuing maintenance of McLean Mill as a result of contractual obligations. However, I asked at the last budget how much the other 3 parks would be, and it was around $50,000. And so I do feel that we could discontinue maintenance of those 3, with the exception of obviously any projects that are planned and approved for Paper Mill Dam in terms of the washrooms or anything like that. Comments? Councillor Mealy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So to do with Paper Mill Dam, Somas, and Seton's Park, there will have to be ongoing maintenance, or at least checking, and I'm not thinking so much of Paper Mill Dam, but I'm thinking Somas Park and Seton's Park. Is council willing to close those parks off altogether? Because I feel that there is a level of maintenance that has to be done there. It's not a lot, but there has to be, to reduce our liability, to ensure that things are going right. Especially, I'm thinking Seton's Park, like I haven't been there in a couple of years, but you know, you got to park at the top, you got to go all the way down Hector Road, then you got to park at the top, then you got to walk all the way down, and what's there? And if someone's down there, we're not really taking care of it, someone gets hurt, well, it's not only getting the person back to Port Alberni or up the hill, which we've seen before in the way past when Scouts used to go there and Cubs used to go there. But it's also then now council's or the city's liable for the injuries that happen there if we are not doing what we need to do there. So that's kind of my question, is what level do we have to have there, or should we just close the parks down?
Yeah, and it was a suggestion from a report that was put in front of us. So I don't have necessarily all of those details because staff put that forward as one of the options we requested. I think that it would be a good opportunity for us to ask those parks to be included in the regional parks service with the regional district, given that they are not in city limits. There is a process for us to pursue that. However, most parks within the regional district have a level of service that is below the level of service that we currently have at those parks. So I know we don't do a lot there, but the number was provided, and I think it's reasonable to reduce as was suggested. Councillor Haggard.
I even had to look on a map because I had no idea where these parks even were. So I had to find out where they were. The only thing I would question is I would like still for the garbage to be picked up at Paper Mill Dam, because that is an ongoing problem in the summer. Other than that, I agree 100%.
Yeah, and you know, Paper Mill Dam should be a regional park. And so if there's garbage pickup that's required, it should be done through the regional park service. That is not a facility or a park that's, I mean, it's not even in city limits, but it's certainly not just used by city residents. So if there's garbage that needs to be collected there, again, I would suggest that we request the regional district add that park, as it is a very valuable park. It's just not a park that is in the city. I don't know why we own it or the historics of that. I'm glad it exists, but I don't think that we should be providing service for parks outside of city limits. Mike?
Through the chair, I just want to seek a little bit of clarification. We're just reducing the overall budget by $50,000 with the intent of doing as little as possible at those 3 parks. So if we do have complaints for garbage, etc., we would go out there. My understanding is from your motion, Mayor, that that's your intent.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't have all of the information. I'm just drawing from the report that was given to us at the last meeting. And I did ask a follow-up question at the last meeting, splitting out McLean Mill, as I don't think that we can take the same approach there. Okay. On the motion, all in favor? Motion carried. Thank you. And lastly, just a question, and there are a couple more that I think are at least worth speaking about from our last meeting, but one that I'd like a bit more information on from the Director of Parks, Recreation, Heritage and Culture, if possible, is reduce budget for daily maintenance in the following facilities: Aquatic Center, Harbor Key, Gyro, Planning and Engineering, and Public Safety Building, and they all have amounts associated with that, which total about $52,000. What does reduce service for, or reduce daily facility maintenance mean? Does that mean we're going to once a week? Does it mean we're going to 2 or 3 times a week? Yeah, what kind of level of reduction are we talking about there?
So, Madam Mayor, it would depend on the facility, but generally, if it's spaces that we maintain every site every day, of course, some multiple times a day. So, what that would mean is that that obviously the reduction in the budget would reduce that level of service accordingly. So, if there's a site that is managed multiple times a day, it may go every other day, that type of thing. Another thing to consider as well is the human resource implications as well, because of course there would be some supplies that would be associated with that, and then also the labor to complete that work as well.
Thank you. So this was an option that was included in the report as well, and just if council doesn't have it because it was from the last meeting, it would be Aquatic Center $8,000, Harbor Key $11,000, Gyro $19,000, Planning and Engineering $9,000, and Public Safety Building $5,000. Totals $52,000, I believe. I added it up in my head, so someone should check it. But I would like to make a motion that we reduce accordingly based on the last report. If there's a seconder. Seconded by Councillor Patola, and discussion on this. And I would just say that I think we provide a very high level of service. And I think if we reduce maintenance very slightly, our facilities will still be taken care of in with a very high level of service. Councillor Solda.
Madam Mayor, I just worry about the Harbor Key at this moment, $11,000. No, it's 11,000. I don't know where I got that, but anyways, 11,000. I'm just worried because there's a lot of activities that happen at the Harbor Key, and we're talking about tourist events and stuff like that, especially in the summertime. So I understand, like, I mean, homeowners have had to go change their garbage service, you know, in the past, and that was a big uproar about that one. But so I'm just kind of curious to know. I would like to see a more detailed information of how that's going to work, you know, because we do have somebody always pretty well on site at the Harbor Key. I'm not sure. You might correct me if I'm wrong or right. No. No? Okay. Whenever I'm down there, I see somebody down there. So I'm just kind of curious to know more of how that picture would work, because we have a lot of events down there and markets down there, and the bathrooms are always utilized. So.
I would imagine that the budget reduction that was put forward would not be for event days. But Willa, I don't know if you're able to provide additional information beyond what was in the report.
Madam Mayor, I wouldn't. I would recommend council to go in camera to have further discussion.
Thank you. Okay, if council wanted to get further information in camera, they could make a motion to refer to in camera. Okay. Moved by Councillor Solda, seconded by Councillor Mealy. On the motion, all in favor? Carried, none opposed. Thank you. Okay, any other motions, amendments to the budget? Oh, sorry, a motion to extend beyond 3 hours.
A motion to extend, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And I'll second. On the motion, all in favor? Oh, Councillor Patola, did you have a comment?
I did. I see that we're not quite halfway through page 2 of an 8-page budget. So I don't have a position on extending, but I was wondering if I could make an amendment to the motion to extend that we have a 5-minute recess.
Yeah, absolutely. I was going to call a recess after, so absolutely, that's great. Okay, on the motion to extend and have a 5-minute recess, all in favor? Carried, none opposed. Thank you. Okay, we will call our meeting back to order. One final amendment to the motion that I wanted to make, and then I think Councillor Mealy has one as well. I'd like to amend the budget to reduce the museum budget by $31,500, reducing the operating hours by 1 hour a day, and maintaining the current 5 days a week schedule. Seconded by Councillor Dame, and it was noted that this one would be of the least impact, not making a change to the actual programs that are being offered. So while I do think that there's additional discussion to be had around the museum, I think that this is a start for this year that will, that has the lowest impact possible. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none on the motion, all in favor? Carried, none opposed. And Councillor Mealy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Entertaining. This whole meeting has been entertaining. So here's another one. I would like to move that we amend the 2025-2029 financial bylaw to change the line item 21295 for council conferences, training, travel to $60,000 for 2025, increasing by $2,500 per year for subsequent years, and to cap councillors' individual expense accounts to a maximum of $7,500 per year, and to set no cap for the mayor.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? I'll second. Okay, and go ahead, Councillor Mealy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This would make an $18,280 decrease for this year, and $2,500 per year increasing is about what the increase is right now. So I thought I'd keep that the same.
Thank you. And if I could make an amendment, I would suggest that we amend to reduce the individual councillor cap. And if there's a seconder, I'll speak to that. Seconded by Councillor Solda. I know that sometimes, especially the media, likes to focus on councillors who have high expenses. I view a councillor who has a high expense as putting a ton of time into the job and not a negative thing. So while I do think it's super reasonable to reduce our council travel and training budget as a whole, and typically we don't expend that full amount anyways, I think as long as we work within that budget, if we choose to send Councillor Dame to half the conferences in a year because he's available and has the time to commit, I think that's a positive thing, not a negative thing. So I'm totally in support of making the reduction to the budget, but I don't think we should cap any specific councillor. We make the decisions as a council together who to send to what conferences anyway, so we have the ability to control in that way. Any discussion on that amendment? Councillor Haggard.
I agree with that amendment, and I'd like to have those motions split in half so we can vote on each one. Thank you.
If the amendment passes, we don't need to vote them in half, or we don't need to, so let's do the amendment, and then because it removes part of it, and then if that fails, then absolutely you're welcome to motion to split it automatically. Councillor Dame, I think I saw.
Yeah, thanks. I just would like to speak in support both of the motion and the amendment. I do think that it's important to send a message to a community that we are currently cutting various services and amenities that we are also willing to make similar sacrifices. But it's arguable to call that a sacrifice considering that we are doing this work on behalf of the community. And so I very much agree with the amendment that this not be based on individual councillors, as it's important that we have representation at some of these things, and not all of us have the same level of availability, and so it should be pooled, I think. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments on the amendment? Councillor Mealy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate that. The reasoning for the original is just to ensure that councillors sort out their year early. I think we can do that, and to kind of avoid any extras that comes up. And that's why I say set no cap for the mayor, because I believe if anything does come up on an emergency basis, the mayor should be going on our behalf, that's all. But I will be speaking again, or I'll be voting against the amendment.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Okay. Sorry, Councillor Dame.
Thank you. I do have a question. So if there's no cap on the mayor and the mayor's not available, would that no cap then apply to, and I mean, we're assuming something, but just for clarity on that particular motion, would it then shift to the deputy mayor that month, I guess is my question.
Councillor Solda.
Just for Councillor Mealy's sake, we actually did do planning for the conferences this year, so we did work on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everyone. On the amendment, all in favor? Any opposed? Okay, amendment passes. And any comments on the motion as a whole?
Could we reread the motion?
Yeah, Councillor Mealy, do you want to reread?
Absolutely. So as amended, then it's to amend the 2025-2029 financial plan bylaw to change line item 21295 for council conferences, training, travel to $60,000 for 2025, increasing by $2,500 per year for subsequent years.
Thank you very much. Okay. And so it was a reduction of $18,280 for 2025. Okay. On the motion, all in favor? Okay, carried, none opposed. Thank you. And Councillor Mealy? Yeah, are there any other motions amendments that councillors would like to make? Okay, then on the motion as amended with all the amendments, all in favor? Thank you. Motion passed. And so that is first reading of the budget, just like that. Very quick, easy, painless. Councillor Dame, did you want to make any motions?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a few motions on my list that I didn't get to today, and I think most of them I'm going to instead make at the committee of the whole for more discussion, but I will make today my motion regarding the museum. I would like to move that administration bring back a report on the potential of transitioning museum operations to a society-based model.
Thank you, and I will second, and I will add an amendment that I would like to have that report by the end of May, just because I want to put a timeline on it, but it doesn't need to be urgent as it's not going to be a budget item. Okay, and if that's okay with you, it's a friendly amendment, I think. Okay, any comments or questions? Councillor Patola.
Yeah, given that there is no particular urgency on this, it doesn't affect the budget this year, and that could be quite an extensive report, while we have already burdened staff with many other reports that are particular to the budget. And I would move to defer that motion.
Okay, what's the basis for, I guess, do you have comments on that?
There's no notice of motion. We're 3 hours and 20 minutes into the meeting, and we're throwing new motions that aren't on the agenda. You were present at the Agenda Review Committee. I don't think we should be even hearing them, but since I can't make a motion to not hear it, I can make a motion to defer it, and let's get on with the business that's in front of us.
All right, well, I think this was a part of budget, but we asked for it to not be put forward in budget, so appreciate that. But there's other items that are added for tonight as well. Sorry, I'll go to Councillor Dame and then Councillor Mealy.
Yeah, I don't have a major problem with deferring it, but I wouldn't say, like, this is a budget discussion, and I think that it's appropriate. This is not a budget discussion for this year. This is a budget discussion for a 5-year plan, which this certainly has implications for. So that was the basis. Now, I agree. I would certainly rather have the motion specifically on the agenda, and in the future, I will do my best. But today, I brought some motions.
Thank you. I'm gonna, oh, sorry, go ahead, Councillor Mealy.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, I didn't want to cut you off in any way. The way I look at it's a little different. Like Councillor Patola has said, we're done this year. This is going to be something. So what I have, not offense to, but just the timeline that you, Madam Mayor, has asked for. I don't think we have to have it by March or May for that discussion. I apologize. Either way, I think it's something that could be done in time for next year's budget.
Yeah, thank you. I actually think it's critically important that we have it by May. And the reason for that is I asked for a really detailed breakdown of the museum's budget and operations at the end of last budget, and we didn't get it in time to be able to make any changes for this year. So I view that we're already a year behind where I wanted us to be with that information, and I don't want to see this go on any longer. I do think that if council decides to make operational changes to the museum, there will be quite a bit of time involved in implementing those. I don't see it as being a short, kind of a quick implementation, and that's the reason why I do want to see us get the information, because it may not end up being a change that council wants to make. If it is, I would like it to be able to be implemented for the beginning of 2026. And if council opts that it's not a priority, then that'll be the decision. But because I did ask in last budget period and I didn't get the information, I'll vote against the motion to defer, first of all, because I feel like I've been waiting on this information for a while. Councillor Haggard.
I was wondering if we could just rephrase the motion a little bit and put alternatives for operations in the museum, including a society model.
I think that's, yeah, absolutely. That's good with the mover, and I think it's a pretty minor change. Councillor Mealy, go ahead.
Sorry, point of order, Madam Mayor, and I apologize for saying this. We're on the motion to defer at this point, not to debate the motion as it's written.
Yeah, no, thanks for that. No, you're correct, for sure. Okay. On the motion to defer, all in favor? Opposed? Councillor Solda, did you vote? You abstained? Okay, motion deferred. There was no motion for when it will be deferred to. Well, no, staff won't take any direction because we didn't give direction. So I guess we'll have to work. I mean, I'll just make a different motion at the end of the meeting, I guess, as a notice of motion.
I could suggest a new motion that that deference is until after the budget is approved this year.
Yeah, I'll make a notice of motion different for going forward. Okay, Councillor Dame.
Yeah, just a question. So if we can defer a motion without any particular point at which it would come back, is that essentially sort of a bit of a potentially misleading way of not having the motion go forward as intended?
Thank you. Maybe our corporate officer could speak to our process for deferrals.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd be happy to. So in our council procedures bylaw, we actually don't have defer as an option. So, and where we talk about postpone, there's a postpone or there's a postpone indefinitely. Postpone indefinitely essentially kills the motion, for lack of a better reference, and postpone with a date then brings it back to the according meeting.
Okay, so we did nothing then, I believe. Councillor Patola, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to make a motion that we postpone this motion until after the meeting directly after the approval of the budget.
Is there a seconder? Second. Okay, and I'll just speak against this. I think that this is an item in our budget that requires work in order to get to it before the next year. So any other comments? I do. Councillor Solda.
I believe May is when the budget has to be in, and that's a little ways we could be starting the project to look into it, and I would like to see it come back in April or something like that. You know, I have no problem with that. It's a little sooner, but at least it's being started.
Yeah, and this is just, I believe, this is just intended to give council options to consider. So this is just a report normal to, just like any other report we would request from our staff, and we request reports from our staff all the time. Councillor Solda.
So may I make a friendly little amendment that is completed by April, in April, at the next committee of the whole? It's friendly. He did nod his head. So in the committee of the whole April meeting?
No, because the motion was to defer us discussing the motion. So I think all that's being requested is, that we request the work, and Councillor Patola is requesting that we don't even discuss the motion to get the work until the end of budget. I don't think that friendly amendment works. I'm going to vote against this because I think we need this information, and recognizing we're not getting it for this year, but I think we could get it in time to make changes, or at least consider changes for 2026. Okay, on the motion to postpone, all in favor? Opposed? Thank you, motion defeated. So that leaves us nowhere, which is all good for now. And we will circle back. Okay, moving on to correspondence for action. Go ahead, Councillor Mealy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll try to run through this a little bit. I move that Council authorize Guru Nanak Sikh Society access to city streets on Sunday, April 13th, 2025, for the purpose of the Vaisakhi parade, if I apologize to my friends, from the Guru Nanak Sikh Temple at 4144 8th Avenue to Rogers Street along 10th Avenue and Redford Street, returning back to the Guru Nanak Sikh Temple, subject to notification of emergency services and BC Transit, consultation with all affected businesses / residents, provision of a traffic safety plan completed by a certified professional, including qualified traffic personnel as required, and provision of standard liability insurance in the amount of $5 million.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Mealy, seconded by Councillor Solda. Any discussion? Seeing none. On the motion, all in favor? Carried, none opposed. And item 2.
Item 2 is ACRD Regional Community Emergency Preparedness Fund, and I will move that the City of Port Alberni agrees to provide approval for the Alberni-Clayoquot Regional District to apply for the Union of BC Municipalities Community Emergency Preparedness Fund from the Emergency Operations Centers and Training Grant and therefore authorizes the ACRD to apply for, receive, and manage grant funding on behalf of the City of Port Alberni.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Mealy, seconded by Councillor Solda. Any discussion? Seeing none. On the motion, all in favor? Carried, none opposed. And proclamations. Councillor Haggard.
Thank you. I'd like to move that Council, on behalf of the Alberni Valley Chapter, Canadian Council of the Blind, proclaim the week of February 3rd to the 10th, 2025 as White Cane Week in Port Alberni.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Haggard, seconded by Councillor Mealy. Any discussion? Seeing none. On the motion, all in favor? Carried, none opposed. And correspondence for information. I'll go to our corporate officer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So we have a thank you from Minister Parmar of the Ministry of Forests from UBCM meetings. North Island College indicating that they are initiating a student housing project and providing awareness of their community engagement session on that project coming up. Sage Haven Society provided information on the Coldest Night of the Year event coming up on February 22nd. Island Health shared some information regarding some gastrointestinal illnesses associated with consumption of raw oysters. BC Salmon Farmers Association shared transition plan joint letters of support. And lastly, minutes of the Alberni Valley Museum and Heritage Commission of December 4th. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Haggard.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to put out the Coldest Night of the Year event, which is a fundraiser for Sage Haven Society. It's a lot of fun. I've gone every single year. And this year so far, it's Councillor Damon, his family, myself, and CEO Fox and his wife that will be walking. And we'd like to welcome any other councillors or staff that would like to walk with us.
Thank you very much. Yeah, wonderful. Okay. Any other items councillors would like to speak to? Okay, seeing none, would somebody like to move receipt? Moved by Councillor Mealy, seconded by Councillor Dame. On the motion, all in favor? Carried, none opposed. And report from in camera. I'm wondering if our corporate officer could read all of this nice information out, or just give an overview is fine.
I'd be pleased to. Thank you. I will try to do this very quickly. And so just for public awareness, and there will be a report coming forward later in the meeting, at its in-camera meeting, council in the efforts of being transparent, will release at the end of the year any motions that can be from in camera. So we have that council directs staff to engage with the appropriate BC ministries regarding Highway 4 closure communications. And so that was January 8th of 2024, directing staff to prepare a letter to Island Health supporting the creation for stabilization beds, also January 2024, releasing public consumption notice of its intent to lease Unit 14 at the Harbor Key to Juice. So that was February of 2024. Release of public consumption notice of its intent to lease the property at 30618 8th Avenue to Saltaire Child Care Society in February. Acceptance of an offer from Lefebvre and Company to purchase an unconstructed lane in February. A one-year lease for the Alberni Harbor Key parcel with the Port Alberni Port Authority in February, as well as termination of all current market leases between the city and Port Alberni Port Authority with the intent to lease lands at fair market value to the authority or First Nations as well in February. Executing an agreement with the Alberni Clayoquot Regional District to provide services related to the UBCM Next Generation 911 funding, February as well. Sending a letter to the Alberni Clayoquot Regional District regarding the recent decision to allow motorized vehicles on the log train trail, noting that the city-owned portion of the trail remained free of motorized vehicles. That was in March. Execution of an amendment to the agreement with the SPCA on the covenant for extending their construction deadline in March as well. Execution of the agreement between the city and the Industrial Heritage Society for the railway operation and maintenance agreement in June. Requesting a meeting with BC Housing to discuss needs for the lowest barrier housing in the city in June. Termination of the agreement between the City of Port Alberni and the Chamber of Commerce for the operation of the Visitor Information Center in December. And lastly, direction to re-advertise for commission and committee planning vacancies in 2024 of December. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, just for information and council reports, are there any items councillors would like to speak to? Councillor Haggard.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to let everyone know that Mayor Minions and I did attend the Truck Loggers Conference in Vancouver, and the biggest topic of conversation was the proposed 25% tariffs and how it will affect our forestry industry. But right now, it's still unknown how it's all going to work and what's going to happen. The general feeling in the room that Minister Parmar is very intelligent, hardworking, and has a genuine interest in improving the forestry industry. I did have a couple minutes with him, and he appreciated coming to Port Alberni. He was here in mid-December, and he's looking forward to visiting us again. And I said I'm looking forward to working with him to further support the forestry industry. Thank you.
Thank you. And he also reached out to me by phone that day and regarding some of the challenges going on with the Sand Group and updates that had come in court that day with a commitment to work with the municipality. And I know that their ministry is really on top of trying to support workers and following the process. So yeah, I think he's a great forest minister, just getting started obviously in a challenging time, but really appreciate his interest in the community and the reach out on that. Thank you. Any other items councillors would like to speak to? Councillor Patola.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I attended on, I believe, your behalf to the ACRD meeting, and it's clearly put out in my, well, Councillor Soldo was also there attending on Councillor Haggard's behalf, I guess, is the way it worked. But they were reviewing topics of conversation for their upcoming budget. And so no decisions are made on this, but I think it is of interesting note for the city to know that they are pursuing, ACRD is pursuing a grant and aid contribution for city economic development. So economic development could be something that we can approach together. Fire Training Center, which is something that was reviewed in the preliminary draft of the fire plan master plan here. So it's good to know that there are other people interested in similar training centers. The Wood Stove Exchange Program and smoke control regulation are going to continue to be a source of interest for the ACRD, and I think that means it's a continued source of interest for residents all throughout the Alberni Valley. There's interest in a region-wide animal control service, which could easily include the city of Port Alberni. Something that was referred to earlier on and certainly could be an assistance in our budgetary planning. There is a interest in developing a Starlink network, which provides communications for dead zones for emergency services. And the city may be included in that as well. Again, no decisions are made yet. And finally, discussing about the Alberni Valley Aquatic Center. The intention is to, although no decisions have been made yet, to have a referendum in October of 2026, which coincides with the government election, local government election. So that would make it an election issue, but it would also save money for everyone involved to have a referendum at the same time as the election is being run.
Thank you very much. Okay. Councillor Mealy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple of things really quickly. I was going to attend the APC meeting. There was no quorum, so I just wanted to shout out again to people who were interested in volunteering their time for the community for any land use issues, that they can come and put their name forward with the Advisory Planning Commission. I was really hoping to make that meeting, and the ACRD Transportation Committee meeting couldn't run either, unfortunately. But I did attend the ACRD meeting and enjoyed to watch Councillor Solda and Councillor Patola on our behalf. It was nice. It was very good. I do want to mention too, just really quickly, it's going to come up here in a bit, but I did did go to the regular IHS meeting on Tuesday the 21st. It was a good meeting, and it was brought to my attention that the IHS group is looking to support our pool right now. They have been in talks with our facilities manager about rebuilding one or maybe two pumps at the pool, and I apologize, and it'll come up later, but that could be a definite savings for us. Those parts were taken care of at like Anchors and other places in town, considering they're very one-off units. So I was very encouraged to hear that the IHS came forward and said that they're willing to, and have had discussions already about a potential of the rebuild for those pumps. But we'll get a little more information when that comes up later. So also too, sorry, and I apologize. 2,800 Santa train tickets were sold, so just so we're aware. We talked today about the Winter Wonderland and all the participants, and the Santa train was a wonderful addition this year.
Absolutely. Thank you. Okay, motion to receive the reports. Thank you. And seconded by Councillor Dame. On the motion, all in favor? Carried, none opposed. Thank you. Okay, new business and release of in-camera resolutions, 2024 annual disclosure. I'll go to our corporate officer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So as I spoke to earlier, as per policy release of in-camera resolution, it states that council will annually be provided with a summary report of all business conducted in closed council meetings, unless the disclosure of any such matters contravene legislative requirements or other potential harmful effects to the city council or staff. So today, this is a cover report, and attached is the summary of all in-camera resolutions released for 2024. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions or comments? Okay. Just noting that we didn't always have this policy, and that I think it was fantastic. We always released some things, but this just made it a little bit more standard practice, added process to it. So yeah, glad that we have it now. Would somebody like to move receipt of the release of in-camera resolutions? Thank you. Moved by Councillor Mealy, seconded by Councillor Haggard. Seeing no comments on the motion, all in favor? Carried, none opposed. And committee appointments. I am going to change this one as I read it. Oh, okay, no, we put both in. We were very uncertain when we did this agenda review. So that pursuant to the Library Act, Council, oh no, we don't have to amend it. Okay, so thank you. We had a long discussion about this. Councillor Patola has been our dedicated and fantastic representative on the library board as a trustee on our behalf the last couple of years. And he did, I think, actually get down on his knees and beg me to remove him, but he has graciously accepted to do one more term. And I just want to say, I think that this committee or this the board of trustees is extremely important work. Our library, as we have discussed in this room before, while a really valuable service, comes with an extremely high cost. I think $1.2 million just to the municipality a year, and about $400,000 or $500,000 from the rural areas of the Alberni Valley as well. So a very high cost. I've sat on the board before of trustees, as other people here have as well, Councillor Haggard and I think Councillor Solda over the years also. And there is a lot of spending that goes on that board. And I believe that the spending that goes on that board would not happen if it was a decision being made around the council table. And if you look at the long list of things that we cut from our budget today, I don't see that happening at the library. I see a lot of additions because it's very third party, it's very out of the public eye, and programs get added that I don't think we would support at a taxation level in our municipalities. So the costs have skyrocketed over the years, and I think that it's very important that we send a representative to the library board who will continue to push to try to bring the cost of that service down. Although it is a really important service, we pay for a lot of services that exist in other communities that we don't get the benefit of in our community. So I just want to really appreciate Councillor Patola for agreeing to do another year on that board. While I know it is a big time commitment, it definitely is really important for our municipality. And just to clarify, it is written on the agenda, but because we've already appointed Councillor Patola and we were just considering a change, we don't need to make the motion today. So it's just already dealt with. Councillor Haggard.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So we're not truck loggers. We just don't talk about forestry. We also talked to another councillor for another municipality about the library board, and she has reached out to me, so I'll forward her information on to you, Councillor Patola. They're as frustrated as we are.
Yeah, and I often talk with councillors from different municipalities who are very concerned about the large increases the library has seen and our lack of ability to control the cost of that service. I think we're so fortunate to have a really fantastic library, but I think that what drives the cost, I know that what drives the cost of it being as expensive as it is the improvements and new builds and services that are offered in other communities, and we are not getting our fair share of those services in Port Alberni. So we are not receiving an equitable share, and the cost, I would say, is unaffordable to us. So we're going to continue to send our councillor to try to bring the cost of that service down or work toward a more equitable funding structure. And next, that council received the 2025 council appointments and internal and external committee and commissions report. Would somebody like to make that motion? Okay, and seconded by Councillor Dame. Discussion on this? Anyone want to change their committees? Anyone have? Well, no, but it is for discussion because I've moved a few things around, but not a lot. And if anyone did want to make changes to the committees that they have, then this would be the time. And if not, okay. Seeing none on the motion, all in favor? Carried, none opposed. And item 3, I'll go to Councillor Patola for this one.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Whereas the historic industrial activities within Port Alberni have significantly declined, and whereas the tax base associated with those activities has also proportionately declined, and whereas the demands for emergency services related to those activities has also proportionally declined, and whereas the current service demands on the Port Alberni Fire Department are straining the ability of the department to meet those needs, and whereas due to the change in industrial activities, there may be cost and workload savings available by refocusing the department's activities on current activities within Port Alberni. And whereas a refocusing may improve the department's ability to meet its current service demands, therefore I move that Council direct administration to report on the costs related to each of the following services, included equipment costs on an annualized basis, purchase and maintenance, specific equipment used in relation to the service, training costs on an annualized basis, specific certification required in relation to providing the service, hours of person time required in the training and upkeep of equipment on an annualized basis, number of callouts for each service on an annualized basis, availability of alternate service providers on a contractual or call-out basis, including other emergency response agencies, value of each service if provided on a contractual basis for full cost recovery, all above these values to be on the basis of full cost accounting, including shared associated costs of management fees, overhead, etc. The effect, if any, on the areas of jurisdiction as set out in Schedule B to the Consolidated Fire Control Bylaw 4876, 4906. For the current services identified as marine suppression, land-based and or fireboat-based marine firefighting, marine rescue land-based and or fireboat-based marine rescue provided in support of Royal Canadian Marine Search and Rescue and or Port Alberni Port Authority, shipboard firefighting, land-based, shipboard above deck and or fireboat-based shipboard firefighting under direction of Port Alberni Port Authority, Harbor Master, confined space rescue services within the City of Port Alberni and contract service areas, technical rope rescue services within the City of Port Alberni and contract service areas, slope rescue services within the City of Port Alberni and contract service areas in support of Alberni Valley Rescue Squad, hazardous materials mitigation response to and mitigation of incidents in support of responsible parties, swiftwater rescue services conducted from near, over, but not in moving water, open water rescue services conducted from near, over, but not in standing water, public assistance providing aid to members of the public where that aid is not inconsistent with the purposes of the fire department and where that aid does not fall within another category of service. And the possible additional services of broom busting within Port Alberni and permitted interface areas surrounding Port Alberni, wildfire fuel clearance within Port Alberni and permitted interface areas surrounding Port Alberni, providing SMIREFART program reviews to every address in Port Alberni. Note, the following current services are not required to be included in this review. Fire prevention regular systems of inspections utilizing a chief fire prevention officer, fire company inspections, third-party inspectors to support the city's planning department in plan review, public fire safety education. Structural fire suppression, the department is authorized to provide full suppression activities with and subject to the limitations set out in the full service level as defined in the British Columbia Fire Service Minimum Training Standards Structure Firefighters Competency and Training Playbook, September 2014, set under paragraph 3.3b of the Fire Services Act, BC. Automobile extrication rescue extrication services where victims may be trapped in or under an automobile or other vehicle or entrapment by machinery or another similar situation. Wildland fire suppression control in response to fire involving organic material, grass, brush, or forest. Medical first responder emergency medical services in partnership with BC Emergency Health Services, BC EHS, and in support of BC Ambulance Service, and other emergency or non-emergency public services as authorized by the fire chief.
Seconded by Councillor Mealy. Discussion. Councillor Patola.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll speak to that wordy motion and forgive the wordiness of it, but essentially that's a cut and paste out of Schedule A, I believe, on the fire control bylaw. And what I've singled out is wanting to know essentially the costs of providing services that are not central to the fire suppression activities of the fire department, but pointing out what activities as listed from N through S, in my opinion, in writing the motion, I feel are central and don't need to be reviewed per se. I'm sure that some of those items are required activities, but I don't have the expertise to determine that. As I read through the materials today, it seems like confined spaces is something that is a service that is provided to city employees as well. So probably not something that we would take out, but possibly something that could be provided by other than the Port Alberni Fire Department. So it'd be good to know how much these services cost us, whether we're being properly repaid for them by the actual service users, and if any of them are available for service reductions. Thank you.
Thank you. Discussion. Councillor Mealy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. No, that's okay. I thank Councillor Patola for his nicely worded motion. Appreciate that. And I can't promise what I will do with the information, but I like the information, so I will be supporting this motion.
Thank you. I would like to hear from our Deputy Chief, who I see is here, on the availability of this information and the time that it will take to put it together. Simply because the last batch of information that was requested in the budget motion from before Christmas, I know it was noted, was a very significant amount of work to put it together. So I'm curious, like, do we have the ability to put this information together? And, you know, I think there's a lot of value in it, but is it just, I mean, then a question to council, is it just an exercise of viewing information, or do we plan to make changes with it? Because if we don't plan to do something with it, I would say it's potentially a lot of work. So I guess just really a starting point on do we have this? How much time will it take?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and Council. So thanks for the motion. Thanks for the question. So you are correct. It will be a significant amount of work to put this information together. We can put it together for you. And there might be a few of the questions that may be challenging that we don't currently offer with the, there's the broom busting and stuff like that, I'm not sure how that's going to look to pull that information. So there are a couple questions there that might be a bit more difficult to pull the information, but we'll do our best to get the information that you require. I think it's helpful to understand, and I see that this is to inform assigning service levels to the bylaw, the current bylaw right now. It shows what services we provide, but not necessarily the levels for all of these things. So to make an informed decision, to be able to determine what level of service, if we're going to provide that service at all, what level should be assigned to that. So yeah, a lot of work, but I do see the value in it. And as we work through it, I mean, we could also, yeah, the report could also inform like where the challenges were in providing some of that information, so.
Thank you, that's super helpful. Okay, other comments? Councillor Haggard.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. While it might be useful for this information, we all know the issues with the fire department is the huge increase in the number of medical calls that they currently have to go out on. And I think even if they got all this information, we decide to take these few things out, it's not going to affect the bottom line of the fire department. We have to look at things that we can work on that will assist the fire department, and that is lowering the number of medical calls that they go on.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's my kind of concern with, if we have the time to do this report, I think it's valuable information. I think, you know, if one of these services costs us, say, $30,000 a year in the hours that we spend doing it, it's not, we don't have the direct ability like we do in a lot of departments to say, okay, we won't spend that $30,000. So it's a different return, in my opinion, with this service, because we are staffing at a certain level. We're not staffing to provide these services. These are services that we do within the staff hours that we have. So it feels like, I think it's good information, and I certainly won't debate that, but it feels like it's not going to give us information that's going to change the cost of the service, because our firefighters are there, they're doing this work because they're there. It's not like a normal service where we could just say, well, don't provide that service anymore, now we're saving $100,000 a year, because you can't in fire, we would have to reduce that firefighter, and unless council wants to give that direction, that we reduce the level of service and we staff less firefighters, this report is not going to change the cost of the fire department. So while I think it's valuable information to have, I'm not opposed to asking for the information, and I might even vote in favor of the report or of the motion, but I think council should be really clear that like there is not here's the cost, reduce it opportunity like there is in the fire department, like there is in other departments, unless we are actually talking about reducing the level of service and cutting firefighters. And if this is a roundabout way to get to that discussion, I'd rather we just have that discussion. If this is just to get this information to inform us, I have no problem with that, but I'm not completely clear. So maybe Councillor Patola, if you want to elaborate a little bit more on, I'd find it helpful to know what you're looking for, I guess, in a more holistic, like kind of high level way.
Well, thank you, Mayor, and I think you've hit the nail on the head directly, which is in the preamble, the purpose of this motion is to refocus and improve the fire department's ability to meet its current service demands. So I don't think the purpose of, well, I know the purpose of this motion is not to cut the service level of the fire department. The purpose of this motion is to cut the services provided for the fire department so they're capable of meeting the current service level and not being required to expand the fire department further, hire more firefighters, pay for more equipment, build more fire halls. The chief was here last week, and I gave an eloquent, long, and wordy description of my assessment of the fire department situation. And I told the chief that this was coming, and the purpose of this is to get the answers that we don't have yet. Similar to the way, Madam Mayor, you spoke about asking for a report and never getting it. We've asked the fire department through various phraseology to give us suggestions on cost saving. And we've discussed whether those cost savings might be in medical calls or whether they might be in other areas. I don't think that, with respect to Councillor Haggard, that answer is back yet. I think the jury's still out. We are chipping away at little bits and pieces to see if we can get a more efficient fire department that supports the efforts of the firefighters we have, confronts the individual employment issues with the fire department, and provides service to the people of Port Alberni. Now, will saving a few dollars here and there by not responding to certain calls affect the budget? It might not, because the jury's still out. We don't know. And I, with respect, take an opposite approach to problem solving than other members of this council, which is I would like the information first before making assumptions about what the solution would be, instead of assuming the solution and asking somebody to prove me right. So the purpose of this is to get information about these excess services that at one time or another were connected with other service recipients that no longer exist, and determine whether or not we have an efficient fire department. As I stated to the chief, 46 fires. At the end of the day, if we have to cut $5 million from $5 million? Somebody tell me $5 million from the fire department budget. We're not going to cut it down to zero, but we can cut it down to a point where we're responding to 46 structure fires. Period. So I would like to know if we can find a happy medium so that the concerns your mayor has expressed about attending medical calls where people's lives are in danger can still be followed, can still be met, but perhaps we can reduce some other calls as well so that we can achieve a fire department that puts out fires, manages wildfire interface, manages fuel loads, reduces the number of fires in the city by educating people, and still has some time to ensure that when the ambulance can't or won't come, that we have somebody there to assist.
Thank you for that. Discussion? Councillor Dane.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I hear all the points being made, and certainly I see the validity in all of them. And I think for me, as much as every one of these discussions gets down to money, often that money is about creating sustainability in the people doing the jobs, and so I think where I see the most value in this is if it's going to provide some insight into the burnout issues that we're seeing. We know that medical calls are at the core of it. However, any relief we could provide in any other area helps may help the firefighters, which then may in return help our future budget concerns. So you don't want to make it about money, but money is there to help people. And so yeah, I think that this is good information. I share your concern that just the scope of the report might be challenging, but it's information that I think is going to be helpful not only for right now, but like going forward for future councils, for future decisions as well. So I think I'm leaning towards supporting this, but interested to hear more discussion, so hoping to hear from others.
Yeah, thank you. Well said. Councillor Mealy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So that's why I had a disclaimer when I started, which is I can't promise what I'll do with the information, but I'd like the information. And I think, and with respect to Deputy Chief and Fire Chief for the work that they're going to have to do, it is important information that I'd like to see.
Thank you. Councillor Patola.
I should point out that the wording of this motion was carefully chosen, and it says, report on the costs related to the following services, including. So it's instructive, but not prescriptive. It says, we want to report, these are the kinds of things you should be included. That doesn't mean that if you don't have the information or the information is not available, that you have to make it up. It doesn't mean that you have to answer the question. You can answer the question with a, we don't know, because that is an answer and a valid one at that.
Thank you. That's helpful. I just recall last meeting, the fire chief talking about like having to go through literal years of log books in order to put information together. And so I agree completely that there's value. I just really wanted to understand, like, I think it's important when we ask our staff to put something together that is going to be a really significant amount of work, that I think we have a reason for that. And so I also think that it's, in a lot of departments, it's easy to like ask for information intending to make a cut. And this department is a little different just by nature of where the costs are, like 95% staffing, with sort of commitments to the staffing level that we're at. So I think the explanation is helpful to understand possibly what we might do with the information, as I don't want to just send our staff on sort of like a information finding very challenging kind of report just for fun. CAO.
Yeah, thanks. Good discussion. I just want to inform council if this does go through. I'd like to have some time with DC Cross and Chief Owens to put a timeline for the report in that we could maybe put on our Now Next Later or even on the council resolution tracker for you. I just wouldn't want to tie somebody to a time to have this report without understanding the full depth of what we're going to have to dig through.
Councillor Patola.
There is no timeline stated in the motion. I think the timeline would be if people see the value of this and the value to the work-life balance of our fire department, that that would be the amount of priority that they put on it.
Okay, any further comments? Seeing none, on the motion, all in favor? Any opposed? Carried. Thank you. All right, moving on to Echo Aquatic Center operations.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. At the December 9th regular meeting, staff indicated extending current operating hours to include Saturday evenings and Sundays would require an additional $110,000 in the 2025 operating budget. At that meeting, Council directed staff to provide cost-saving options to meet this increased level of service within our current budget. 11 options are outlined in the report, including corresponding pros, cons, and attendance impacts.
Thank you very much. Questions from Council? Councillor Patola.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll start by saying that I am liking the first two options, having the least impact on the use by the public. I am interested in the second option, which is reduce the capacity at all everyone welcome public swimming sessions by one lifeguard, which reduces it down to 40 participants, I believe, by provincial law. So in that regard, is there in your staffing model an opportunity to have lifeguards on call should the number of participants in the pool exceed that as required by law and you're beyond your ratios?
Thank you for the question. All of our staff are casual, so they are on call. And I think that one of our plan would be to monitor our numbers week by week, seeing where we're maxing out and where we are not. And then as we get to those a couple weeks of having max, we look at the potential of adding on extra staff to accommodate it, or we just maintain that level of service, which may require patrons to be stopped at the door until one leaves, one goes in.
Thank you. Could you point me to where in the report it says how many people on average attend Everyone Welcome? Because I see that what I think are the total daily numbers. But I'm wondering if we're reducing down to 40, like what is our average Everyone Welcome?
And Madam Mayor, just while our Manager of Recreation Services is pulling those numbers up, just to clarify as well, we're saying that we would reduce by 40 participants. So rather than saying a maximum of 40 participants, we're saying it's by 40. So that idea that further to recovering lifeguard Patola's mention that the ratios indicate one lifeguard per 40 participants. So just so we're clear there, we're not indicating a maximum of 40. It would be a reduction of 40.
So just to make sure that information is correct, so Councillor Patola, you did mention Provincial Health Act, and so that is what we follow, which is the BC Health Act states that one lifeguard for every 40 patrons in the pool. So average stats for an Everyone Welcome swim, as an example, 5:30 to 8 p.m. on Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Mondays see 97 patrons, Wednesday 101, and Friday is 157. Those stats were taken from October to December of 2024.
Okay, and so when we're reducing by, so are we right now staffing like 3 lifeguards at those, or?
There's currently anywhere from 4 to 5 lifeguards, and so what we would maybe typically see is 2 or 3 lifeguards on the deck with 2 or 3 lifeguards in the guard shack. And so our goal would be to reduce the numbers, which would then reduce staff off deck. But we'd still be able to have 100 to 120 patrons in the pool during the swim. It just would be less staff available to respond to an emergency, a public PR, stuff like that, but it would be a cost savings.
Okay, so that's super helpful. So in theory, we would still probably get the same number of occupants then?
Yes, I believe there would be minimal days that we would be turning people away at the door. I believe that Fridays we would face that, especially since we were looking at having teen nights on Friday night coming back in the spring. And so we would just schedule the appropriate number of staff for Friday, but definitely reduce the Mondays and Wednesdays.
Thank you. Okay. Other comments? Councillor Mealy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you. The Tsunami Swim Club, when they have their practices, is it an allotted time just for them, or is it during a family swim, public swim time?
Through the mayor, Tsunami Swim Club trains Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 3:30 till 5:30. The pool is open to the public for a family swim, and so it means that the shallow tank, the hot tub, sauna, and hot pool and fitness studio is still open to the public. And just for maybe some clarity too, when we say the number, it's for everyone in the natatorium, so fitness studio, pool, and spectator, not just people in the pool.
Thank you. Other comments? Councillor Dame. Just testing mine. Okay, mine's working still.
Test, mine.
Hello. I'd like to make the motion.
But nobody can speak to it.
But only two of them. And I'm just, thank you, Madam Mayor. I move alternatives 1 and 2. I move that council directs staff to extend annual shutdown from 5 weeks to 8 weeks, August 24th to October 19th, 2025. And that council directs staff to reduce the capacity of at all everyone welcome public swimming sessions by 1 lifeguard. I'd like to add to that, as indicated by usage or something along those lines, so that we can keep the big Friday night and reduce for Wednesdays and Mondays.
One, two. You want to use mine?
Okay. We're going to take a recess while we try to fix the rest of the mics. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much to IT for always bringing these things back to life in just like less than a 5-minute recess. All right. So motion was moved and discussion. So sorry, was it seconded?
Second.
Thank you.
Second, Madam Mayor,
Moved
and
and
I'd
seconded.
ask that the two motions be separated.
Yes, perfect, okay. And I know that there was other people who wanted to sever them as well. No, that's fine. So we will vote on them independently. But I just want to ask staff to highlight really where we needed to be or where we need to be if we want to increase the service, what that looks like, and then of course just refer to the kind of the numbers on the financial impacts of what we're talking about so far.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So just as a recap, we currently are open on Saturday from 8 until 2:30. We are asking to open from 2:30 till 8, which is an additional 6 hours and approximately 23 aquatic staff hours. We're suggesting to open on Sundays from 8 till 4, which is an additional 8 hours and 28 hours of staff time. Yep.
Thank you. Okay. And the original request in order to open those hours was 110,000. And just to highlight, so the first option that was put forward is a savings of about 39,000. And then, Willa, could you speak to the other one and just to?
Yes, Madam Mayor. So on page 210 of the agenda there, speaking to the financial implications. So further to your mention, Madam Mayor, on the first item there, extending the annual shutdown from 5 weeks, which is current, to a potential 8 weeks this August through October of 2025. The potential savings range somewhere between 34,600 to 39,100. So for argument's sake, if 39,000 is the number, and then if we were to look at 2/3, so the second option there, reducing the capacity by 1 lifeguard, so 40 participants for 2 out of the 3 evenings. So Monday, Wednesday, we would reduce. We would retain Friday evenings as they're currently, as are intended to support those teen swims, would be a savings of approximately $12,000. So 39,000 plus 12 is the current ticker amount that we're looking at.
Thank you. So there is a motion for those two. We will go through them individually. But before we do that, I do just think it's important to note that that doesn't get us to the $110,000 that we're looking to allocate. So there's options for council. Council can certainly add to our budget to get to the full service that we're looking for while still making these reductions. Or council can look through the list for additional things. And as explained by the manager of recreation, that was for 8 hours on Saturday. Maybe just go over that again, Sean.
Sure, thank you. So by extending on Saturdays 2:30 to 8, it'd be 6 hours of additional operation. Sundays 8 to 4, which would be an additional 8 hours.
So some flexibility in the hours per day that we could look to increase as well. Yeah, thank you. Willa, go ahead.
So, Madam Mayor, just to bring context so folks understand why we're throwing out this numbers back and forth about Saturday or Sunday. So on page 211 of the agenda, the last implication, so just above the communications, speaks to reduce the extended Saturday or Sunday hours by 1 or more 1-hour increments. So to translate that, this is so again, we are only open partial days Saturday and not at all on Sunday. So further to our manager of recreation services that indicated we could truncate that extension. So rather than being open all of Saturday and now adding on all of Sunday, if council wishes to make an adjustment, that corresponding savings would be $3,900 per hour per day.
Okay, Councillor Solda.
Just a quick comment. I like the Saturday and Sunday opening. The public has been wanting that for a long time, and I think we're taking some things away, maybe, and we're adding something that they've asked for.
Okay. Okay, so there's been a request to sever and vote separately. So on the first, and we can have discussion on this, but they would be considered moved and seconded. On the motion to extend the annual shutdown from 5 weeks to 8 weeks, moved and seconded already. Discussion? Councillor Mealy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just in the report itself, the cons to that was retention. And sorry if I'm getting back to it now, if I can find it. It would be extended facility closures may impact the retention of certified staff. So I think we've come a long way, and kudos to staff for having the levels there. I'm not against an extended shutdown. I'm just not sure extending the shutdown past Thanksgiving is going to be good in retaining staff. And we may be back in the same spot again as we were last year. So that's the only kind of concern with that I have.
Councillor Petola.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Looking at when we have a shutdown, and I suppose that there are operational requirements for it being starting in August 24th. I just recall shutdowns I've experienced in other facilities are usually during the summer because there are less people swimming indoors in the summer and are outdoors. Also the September, October is when many staff are available, but not available during the summer as they're high school students or whatnot, the seasonal change. So I'm wondering if there is a operational requirement for the annual shutdown to commence in August and run through the fall into October, or if there's an ability to change the shutdown times into the summer months.
Typically, in the summer, we are very busy with swimming lessons. We run 2-week sets, and we put hundreds of kids through lessons. We also have lots of staff we have staff that return from post-secondary and make themselves available for up to full-time work.
Okay, other comments or questions? Willa.
Madam Mayor, just to go back, I apologize if I wasn't clear. I want to make sure that the numbers we're crunching here. So just to go back to that, reduce the extended Saturday and Sunday. Thank you, Manager of Rec Services. So on page 211, I've indicated $3,900 per hour per day. That is for the duration of that period. So rather than saying $3,900 and we're going to take the sum of all of the days impacted, what we're saying is that if we reduce 1 hour of the extension on a Saturday, for instance, for that entire period of the year, that is worth $3,900. Just so we're clear.
Okay. And how many additional new hours are we talking about? Because it was 6 or 8 on Sunday, so those are all new, but how many hours are we currently open on Saturday?
We're open 8 till 2:30 with swimming lessons from 9 till 12.
Okay, and we're talking about going 2:30 until
Till 8.
So 6 roughly more hours. Okay, thank you. 14 hours total.
And so it is 14, and we're looking at 51 staff hours.
Okay. I think I'm a little unclear on this $3,900 number still, because like that for the year only totals $54,000, but the cost of the additional hours is $110,000. So could you help me understand where the rest of that cost is? Because it seems like if we wanted to reduce all of the hours that we're talking about extra, we still wouldn't reduce all of the costs. So I'm yeah, just some context when we're talking about the 3,900.
So, So the 3,900. So if we were to not open from 7 till 8 p.m. on Saturdays and just be open 8 a.m. until 7 p.m., it'd be $3,900 per year of our operation from October until the end of June. because in the summer, we're open Monday to Friday, closed on Saturday and Sundays. And so the equation that I used for this was 2.5 staff times $36 an hour times 39 weeks. Of course, now that we're reducing extending our annual shutdown from 5 weeks to 8 weeks, we're now a 36-week operation for
Okay.
October until June.
Thank you. That part is clear. I guess I'm unclear on the $110,000 cost then for the additional 14 hours.
So it was also based on offering swimming lessons on Sundays, which was going to be scheduled from 4 till 6, which would have been 4 staff for the 2-hour time slots. And
Thank you.
Yeah,
That's
with
super
some
helpful.
revenue.
That makes sense. Okay. Okay. So council, on the first piece, which is the extended closure, additional comments. Councillor Solda.
So I'm reading your notes. In September, we would be closed then. Is that correct? And if it is so swimming lessons right now, there's always a waiting list to get into swimming lessons. I know from my own daughter's opinion on that. And so I'm just kind of curious to know, would we make more having the swimming lessons and staying open? Or do you know, like, revenue would be higher than the expenses? I'm just putting it out there.
So, Madam Mayor, just to bring council back to the awareness of when we talk about cost recovery at the Aquatic Centre, currently it sits around 10%. So again, it would, obviously it would fluctuate based on capacity in the pool, in swimming lessons versus folks coming through the door paying admissions. But generally speaking, when we're saying the cost of $110,000, the return of revenue in that case would be in and around $11,000. So difficult to pinpoint exactly what is bringing in more revenue. But generally speaking, we're at a 10% cost recovery at this point.
So I believe that all kids should have the advantage of having swim lessons because we're surrounded by water. And I'm just wondering, so when we start back up, would we be full blown having swimming lessons? And would there be more offered for kids? I know there's only so much time in a day and after school and stuff like that. And I do believe that in the summertime, swimming lessons is great because you can keep repeating it day after day, you know, like that's how my kids were and stuff. So I'm just kind of curious to know.
To the mayor, I would say that at this time, our programming team does a really good job at scheduling lessons. They have a really strong understanding of when we can offer them, when lessons are needed, and who can work. We, as I've said in my presentation earlier, we recently hired 5 new lifeguards that are all excited to be teaching swimming lessons, and we have potentially two full-time lifeguards working come the next few months.
All right, thanks for the discussion on this. I feel very torn, but what I will say is I think I'm going to vote against the motion because I'm worried largely about the retention of lifeguards. And while I do think we need to reduce kind of the capital that we put into the pool going forward, and I think we need to reduce a lot of things in our budget, I know the pool is always a hard one because there's so little cost recovery. They're so expensive to run. But I think we've made such great progress with lifeguards this year, and I am very nervous about making cuts that will cause us to lose some of those lifeguards. So, yeah, Councillor Solda.
Okay, so I have the same qualms as you have, but what I'm curious to know now, if this didn't pass, would Saturday and Sunday still be an option in days open? Because it's really important to have that option too.
We have to bring it back to our, or we could make the motion anytime, but we don't have that money in the budget right now. So I think if any of these fail, then we need to be with the recognition that there's a budget increase if we want that. So from my perspective, I think we're looking at, I think we asked staff to come back with efficiencies. I think they found a couple that we could potentially look at. I mean, lots that we can look at, but some that, in my opinion, we can do, but I think ultimately, we're looking at a budget increase for this service, and I think the community has asked us for the service. So it's a tough one, especially in the budget year that we're in. But, and sorry, I missed Councillor Mealy, so I'll go to Councillor Mealy first, and then Councillor Patola.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Appreciate that. So, yeah, I'm kind of with you on that, Madam Mayor. I wouldn't want to see us extend that closure for staff retention. Not only that, too. I mean, we're talking about that time of the year where it gets a little gloomy in town, and our indoor facilities in general get used a little bit more. I would rather, if we're looking at making hard decisions today, I would rather close the aquatic center on Monday afternoons and use that. It's the least used. It is used, and so we got to, again, and that's why I asked about the Tsunami Swim Club, just reading the report. But at least there is a cost savings there, and then the pool is still fully open when people expect it, when the weather gets bad at the late September, early October. So I'll be voting against the motion.
Yeah, thanks for that. And I think it's a good point. There's other options to consider here as well. Councillor Patola.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I think now that we have excited new young lifeguards is great. Simply a personal observation that in the continuum of training lifeguards, you have Learn to Swim, you have the Royal Life Saving Courses, Bronze Medallion, Bronze Cross, you have National Lifeguard Service, but before you get to the Bronze Medallion, Bronze Cross, you have the Swim Club. The people that become lifeguards in general, not always, but in general, are competitive swimmers, especially competitive swimmers from the level of the Tsunami Swim Club. If you were Olympic class competitive swimmer, you might not become a lifeguard. But at this level, you are a strong performer in the water, and you are looking to translate that or transition that into something meaningful in your life. So negatively affecting the Tsunami Swim Club will negatively affect the number of lifeguards in our community.
Yep, absolutely. Thanks for that.
I don't think we're
Sean?
suggesting closing
Yeah.
the pool on Mondays for the swim club. They would retain their swim practices from 3:30 till 5.
Councillor Mealy and then Councillor Patola.
Sorry, I just apologize, and I just want that clarification, and that's why I asked, because so when we close it, and I've got the schedule here in front of me, let me get it. So it would just be having a family swim and a public swim and the fitness studio closed, but the Tsunami Swim Club would still have access to the pool?
To the mayor, that is correct, but if we were going to stay open for Tsunami Swim Club, we would also stay open for family swim, fitness studio, but then close at 5 or 5:30. And so that, as in the report, we're looking at a potential $37,000 a year savings. Yeah.
Go ahead,
Does that answer your question?
And I apologize,
Councillor
just because the report says not the recommendation, I'm sorry, the option is to close between 3:30 and 8. So I just want to make sure that, I'm not pushing the club out or anything like that, but I do want to
Sorry,
make sure
you
that's
are
an option.
right. I did write that.
That's okay. No, I appreciate that. I just want to make sure.
No, that's great. Thank you. Councillor Patola.
Those were my questions.
Wonderful. Okay. So on the first option, which is to extend the shutdown for a savings of roughly 36 to 39,000, 34 to 39,000. On the motion, all in favor? Opposed? Motion defeated. On the second portion of the motion that has been made so far, which is to change the lifeguard complement for the Everyone Welcome Swims while not affecting the Fridays, so a savings of $12,000. Any further discussion? Seeing none, on the motion, all in favor? Any opposed? None opposed? Carried. And would anyone like to make any additional motions?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will move that council adopt the option to close the aquatic center on Monday afternoons from 3:30 to 8 for a potential savings of, if I had it here, sorry, it was right here.
$47,450.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. $47,450.
Seconded by Councillor Dame, and question from Councillor Solda, and then I'll go to Councillor Mealy.
So we do have swim lessons on Monday, right? No? Okay, then I'm happy. Tuesdays? Okay.
Thank you.
Good enough, thank
Councillor
you.
Mealy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So again, and I'm not a big fan of reducing services, but the community has spoken that they want a weekend service. It will be taking away from family swim and a public swim on Mondays, but again, and again, the Tsunami Swim Club. But we're here to make tough decisions, and if it's not going to work out one way, we got to look at another way. So if the community is asked for a Sunday, and we're going to now keep the not go to an 8 weeks, then we need to do something at this point. So this is probably the least painful option to have a significant reduction.
Thank you. Councillor Dame.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't see in here, and I apologize if it was discussed and I missed it, but what about closing the entire day on Monday?
Yeah, Sean, can you speak to the impacts of that?
Yeah, so 1 day a week, we'd be looking at from 6 a.m. until 1 p.m., a $29,000 savings over a 39-week period. And then in the evenings, 1 day a week, is also is $37,000 a year. So again, we would add Saturday, Sunday, lose Mondays, and the effects would be benefit some and then affect others.
Thank you. Yeah, looking at the fact that we're looking at extending hours on the weekends. I personally feel that if Monday's the least attended day, then perhaps we could just look at closing for the entire day of Monday, and get those additional savings. And it seems like maybe minimal impact.
Sean.
To the mayor, you're correct, Councillor Dame. Mondays is our least attended. We do have the Tsunami Swim Club currently scheduled, so there'd be a discussion whether or not we would move them to a different day and time if it was available, so that they're not affected.
Thank you. Councillor Patola. No? Okay. Willa.
Madam Mayor, just to clarify, further the Manager of Recreation Services comments on page 210 there. So closing 1 weekday per week from 6 till 1. So the $29,250 that was referenced is specific to programs. There would also be that cost savings and maintenance of $10,400. So the total potential savings, if we're exploring Mondays, again, depending on what we wish to do with the Tsunami Swim Club, would be around $39,650 for the day.
Councillor Mealy.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. So I apologize, maybe I didn't hear that, or maybe it wasn't answered, but if we're closing 1 day a week, it's $39,650. However, the option to close the aquatic center for just the afternoon on Monday is a potential savings of $47,450. And I apologize if I got that wrong.
So Madam Mayor, so on 210, bottom of page 210 talks about closing 1 weekday per week from 6 a.m. to 1 p.m. Then when we go to page 211, when we speak specifically to Monday afternoons, that's closing the afternoon 3:30 to 8 is the $47,450.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay. So, and the motion that's currently been made is simply for Monday afternoon. So if anyone wanted to make a motion for Monday during the day, that could be done after this motion. Okay. Any further discussion on Monday afternoon, $47,450 savings? Councillor Patola.
I just, sounds like an option. I just want to be clear that the amount of time available for the swim club can either be rescheduled or, can be rescheduled, because I get it. In this motion, we're not talking about it, but then in a subsequent motion, we would be. So I don't know. I just want to be clear in my mind that we are still providing access to swim club.
And so again, just to be clear, because I don't want to confuse what we're voting on. In the motion we're talking about right now for council, no effect to swim club. In a future motion that might come forward, possible effect to swim club. Okay. I'm seeing no additional information coming forward. Okay. On the motion, all in favor? Carried, not opposed. Would anyone like to make an additional motion? Councillor Dame.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll move that the Aquatic Center be closed Monday weekly from 6 a.m. to 1 p.m.
Is there a seconder? Okay, seconded by Councillor Haggard. I will start by just speaking against this because although I think there is potential to reschedule the swim club, I think they're not the only ones impacted. So the alternative to this, and I think we have to be very realistic about it, the alternative to this, in lieu of no more motions, and maybe someone wants to make another one, would be to add $50,500 roughly to our budget to get the full service that we're looking for. So the only service hit that we would have taken is a very small reduction to the Everyone Welcome Swims and closing Monday afternoon. In my opinion, or from my perspective, I'm comfortable adding the $50,000 to get us to being open 7 days a week, having the full hours that we're looking for on Saturday and Sunday. Yeah. Councillor Solda.
Also on Monday, you have Aquafit in too. So there's a whole, you're absolutely right. In the morning, there's an impact of people, and I agree.
I just think about, like, I know that we do have people who use the pool literally every day, seniors, for their health. And so I feel like we've made some efficiency changes yeah, reduced the request that we're looking for ultimately. Councillor Mealy, and then I'll go to staff.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate it, and I concur with you. I will be voting against the motion. You've got adult lanes, Aquafit, family swim till 1 o'clock, and you have the fitness studio as well. And I know a lot of people that go there, especially first thing in the morning. So I would hate to take it. I mean, we're all trying to find a way to cut, and we're all trying to find a way to provide the service. That is the problem in municipal government, right? So at least having the pool open in the morning is available for people. Having it closed in the afternoon for 1 day will allow us to at least bridge that and get ourselves a Sunday.
Thank you. Director Thorpe.
Madam Mayor, just to forgive my confusion, just wanting to clarify what motion's been passed already, because there's been some chatter about afternoons and mornings, and just want to clarify that if we're speaking about afternoons, there would be an impact to the swim club unless council made a different motion. So
Okay, so what's been passed so far is the Everyone Welcome lifeguard reduction, $12,000, and Monday afternoon only, which we were told there was not impact to swim club for the Monday afternoon closure.
To the mayor, I did make a mistake when I was speaking earlier. I apologize. I was thinking that we would be closing after 5, after swim club from 5 until 8. So, because that's one of our Everyone Welcome Swims, I got it mixed up from our other conversations. So if we did want to close on Mondays from 3:30 till 3:30 to 5, it would affect Tsunami Swim Club, Family Swim, and Fitness Studio.
Thank you. So I think if council is, and we can come back to this because there is a motion on the floor, but I think if council is intending to facilitate the swim club, then we would just be slightly reducing that closure on Monday afternoon and recognizing that the savings amount that we've passed will change a bit, maybe, yeah, less than a third. We don't need to calculate the numbers right now. So back to Monday during the day, which is the current option we're talking about. Councillor Dame.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, great points that we don't want to affect people's exercise and opportunities for health and recreation. I just feel that I feel a lot more comfortable in exchanging service delivery in a way that better meets community needs and desires, rather than increasing service right now. So that's why I made the motion and will be supporting it. So.
Thank you. Okay. Councillor Patola.
I do not want to be creative, but I guess my question is there a way to preserve swim club's access, yet reduce hours in the evenings on Mondays and or Wednesdays? And if that question requires creativity, perhaps we could, what's the word? What's the magic word? Postpone this just for the purpose of getting that further information, because we're trying to juggle a number of different interests here and still save money and be creative. So clearly there is a desire to facilitate the swim club. I don't know if it has to be current practice times that it's at now. Usually there's regularity, but I don't know if they're open to switching. But we do want to close some hours to facilitate the opening on a Sunday. So I don't know, if you need more time to be creative, just let us know.
Willa.
Madam Mayor, we wouldn't have the information about Impact to Swim Club and their availability to switch to another evening or another day. We would need to reach out to that group to confirm before we could provide an answer to council with certainty.
Thank you. From my perspective, I think we have kind of a nice happy medium right now of getting to the hours that we want to get to. With the Monday shutdown, recognizing it might be $38,000 in savings if I do some quick math, instead of $47,000. We've reduced by about $50,000. We're looking to add 110, and so we would be up a net of about $60,000. I struggle with the idea even to close like Wednesday afternoons. We have a reasonably limited amount of family activities in this town. I think we can close Monday evenings because there's actually lots of entertainment on Monday evenings in this building that people could partake in. That's my joke for the night. People can come to council meetings instead of going to bring your kids, come to council meetings. Lots of things to do on Mondays. But I don't really want to get to the point of closing the pool 2 afternoons a week. I don't think that that's worth a $60,000 budget cut. I think we can totally live with Monday afternoon short service. But from my perspective, my preference would just be that we add $60,000 to the budget. I think then the service impacts are minimal. We're not going to hear a lot of complaints. People are going to be able to continue to enjoy the facility that we have. Councillor Dame.
Thank you. Just to make sure that we've left no stone unturned, which we're pretty close to that, I think, and also to indulge Councillor Patola's request for creativity. Do we know if the Tsunami Swim Club requires the same level of staffing if we were to only offer the facility to them in terms of reception? And I assume they maybe don't require the same number of lifeguards, or maybe lifeguards at all. I'm not sure.
Through the mayor, thank you for the question. If the Tsunami Swim Club was to be the only people in the pool, we'd still would require 2 lifeguards working because they only have less than 40 swimmers. We would not need a receptionist at the desk, and then of course maintenance before and after.
Okay, so the current motion is to close the full day Monday. Seeing no more discussion on the motion, all in favor? Opposed?
Look at the fence sitter.
Okay, so an abstain. I forgot to count. It's been a long day.
Sorry, I apologize.
Yeah.
Total abstains to pass motion.
That's right. Okay. So motion passed. Okay. Can people stop abstaining? I mean, I know we have the ability to abstain, but I would just prefer if people put their hands up. It makes it a lot easier when we're 4-3 and we're voting like in reverse on things, like to unfund something. It gets very confusing. So if councillors can make an effort to vote, it's appreciated. Okay, yeah. Yeah, okay, there's a request for a little revote on that. Would we like a clarification of what the motion is? Sure. Okay, Willa, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, just to clarify, if council could provide direction on if we're talking about a closure, what sort of timeline you're interested in?
Yes, thank you. So the motion was for Monday. We were talking about the morning as it was written on Monday, or as it was written for close the aquatic center 1 weekday per week from 6 a.m. to 1 p.m.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'm speaking about a start date. So which Monday would you like that closure to start?
We don't have that information right now. We're going to revote, though. We're going to revote for clarity. Very, very nice. I don't think so. Okay, so everyone clear on the vote motion, which is to close Mondays, 6 a.m. to 1 p.m. On the motion, all in favor? Opposed? Motion defeated. Okay, thank you. So to recap where we're at, we have passed a motion to reduce the lifeguard complement during the Everyone Welcome Swims, and we have passed to close Monday at 3:30 p.m. on. However, I think people actually indicate or intended for that to be from 5 p.m. on as a result of the conversation about wanting to facilitate the lifeguards. And I think that can just be, maybe we should have a motion to make it 5 p.m. on. I'll move that we change it from 3:30 closure until 5 p.m. closure on Mondays, only to permit during that period of time the swim club. Is there a seconder? Second. And I think that's because that was the intent when we asked the question and understood that it wouldn't affect the swim club on Mondays. We don't have a firm number on what that's going to mean, but I calculate that it's about $10,000. Councillor Mealy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Sorry, and I apologize because I'm reading the report and I understood in that conversation that it would still affect the Tsunami Swim Club. So that's where I was at. When does the Tsunami Swim Club have their practice time?
Mondays, 3:30 to 5.
Okay. So just, I only bring that up because there was discussion with conflicting information, and I think council intended to not impact the Tsunami Swim Club. Okay, Councillor Mealy.
Well, and however, Madam Mayor, even if the motion changes from closed from 3:30 till 5, that is the time the Tsunami Swim Club is in there. So either the motion that's passed or the motion that you're proposing is still going to affect the Tsunami Swim Club. It's going to be closed.
No, the motion I'm making is to change, because we previously moved to close from, let me just get this report, from 3:30 to 8. And so I'm moving to amend that from 3:30 to 5.
5 to 8.
Yeah, to close from 5 to 8, but to change what we have passed. I know it's very confusing. Yeah, sorry for the confusion. Councillor Patola.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And so just to really clarify this, muddy water, I get it, that you meant the closures from 5 till 8. The piece about only for the Tsunami Swim Club, I understood the director tell us that if they were open for the Tsunami Swim Club, they might as well be open for everybody else in the facility.
Then let's make
if
it
I'm
that.
correct.
Great, then just omit that from what I said. CAO.
Madam Mayor, the previous motion to close from 3:30 to 8 was passed, so I don't think we can amend it. Are we able to rescind that previous motion and then make the new motion to close from 5 to 8, if that's okay?
Absolutely. Yeah, that's no problem. Motion to rescind the previous motion. Thank you. Seconded. On the motion, all in favor? Carried. Yeah, sorry for this. It's just, I think council definitely wanted to accommodate the swim club. Okay, I'm going to move that on Mondays, we close from 5 till 8. No further information. Seconded. On the motion, all in favor? No, the cats are sold up.
So what happened from, okay, what happens from 3 to 5?
We're open.
Okay, and then we just shut, everybody has to leave, and
Then we close.
why can't we just stay open right till 8 o'clock?
For the savings.
God, okay.
Thank you. So approximate savings tied to this, and this is it's slightly changed from the report because we're trying to get to a period of time that accommodates the people we wanted to accommodate. The approximate savings is $37,000, $38,000, sorry. Okay. $38,000 combined with the $12,000 is a total of $50,000 if this motion passes that we would have reduced in order to then add back in an additional 60 after the fact. Okay, is everyone clear? On the motion, all in favor? Opposed?
I'm abstaining.
Carried, none opposed. We said no abstaining. Okay, I'm gonna now move that we add $60,000 to the Echo Pool budget line to be properly determined later in order to accommodate Saturday, Sunday extended hours. Seconded by Councillor Mealy. Any further discussion? And sorry, that should have said Saturday, Sunday hours, and I think it was Sunday swim lessons or Saturday swim lessons, whatever the original proposal was, keeping in line with that. Okay, on the motion, all in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you. Thank you for all the discussion and the great information tonight, Sean and Willa. Okay.
Have good dreams.
Item number 5. Echo Aquatic Center maintenance. You guys should know, it's my dad's 65th birthday today. Hey. And they're having dinner at my house right now. So happy birthday to my dad. Happy 65th birthday. They're probably watching this council meeting, as everyone does on Monday nights. But you're keeping me from that, all of you.
They'll tell you all about it.
All right, Willa and Rob.
Madam Mayor, the motions that have been carried, there's some suggested motions there as part of your agenda package, and we'd be pleased to answer any questions council might have.
Questions from council? And yes, this was discussed at Committee of the Whole, so go ahead, Councillor Mealy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you to staff. So in talking about earlier about the IHS and their willingness to help us, is that the pump at the top? Sorry, and apologize for the people at home who probably weren't turning in. The IHS has offered to rebuild one of the pumps for our pool. Is that the one on top for $19,200 to our facilities manager, or is that at the other pump?
Correct. The 19,200 is an estimate to replace our existing backup pump. That is just an estimate, and a quote that has come forward since is looking like the cost will be a bit lower, and a backup pump will be probably around 13 to 15,000.
Willa.
So, Madam Mayor, just to ensure we're all on the same page with the offer from local provider, the Industrial Heritage volunteers working on pumps, staff would welcome the opportunity to work with those folks. Also considering as well that we want to ensure that our primary infrastructure, we'd like to sort of test out that relationship and see how that system might work before we turn over a variety of pieces of equipment to that group. So again, the quote that we've included in the report here is based on going to a commercial outfitter to do that work.
Thank you. Councillor Mealy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would love an opportunity to find a unique Port Alberni solution to some of our problems, and the IHS has decided to come forward with that, and I really appreciate staff's comments as well. So I would love to give them the opportunity, the first crack, to see if we can get them to fix it for a hopefully much lower price.
I'd just like to comment that the one challenge with that is we won't know the success of a repair until it's inevitably called into action if our primary one goes down. And at that point, if we don't have a backup, it's important the backup pump is we have just as much confidence in it as we do our primary one. Otherwise, the backup would serve its purpose. I would suggest that we continue to work with the folks to see if they can repair it, but I recommend we still proceed with a purchase of a sound backup, and then we could be blessed with having 3 pumps that would see us well into the future of whatever that holds.
Yeah, thank you. I think that makes a lot of sense. Councillor Dame.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I've made it abundantly clear in the past that it makes me cringe to spend money on something that may not be as relevant in the relatively near future. So I do have one question. I understand that all of these things have been identified as required in order to keep the pool functioning for health and safety and all that. What is the resellability of something like a new pump in the event that we did have that the pool was no longer needed, say in 4 or 5 years? I'm just, hypothetically, is there a potential market to like sell these things?
There could be the potential. The challenge with a lot of these pumps is they're spec to our specific flow rates, head lift, suction discharge, piping arrangement. So to find an entity that would be that our pump would meet their criteria, and reminder too, our new pump is from 2016 and our existing backup is from 2003, so it's already 22 years old. So there could be a market, but I couldn't guess. It would be whatever someone's willing to pay.
Thank you. Okay. Sorry, did the motion get moved and seconded? No, okay. And I would like to have them separate if that's possible with everyone. So maybe Councillor Mealy, if you don't mind reading them all, and then I'll just ask that we sever.
Sure thing, Madam Mayor. The motion is that Council direct administration to update the 2025-2029 5-year financial capital plan to reflect the list of maintenance projects at the Aquatic Centre as follows. 1, replace main pool circulating pump in 2025 in the amount of $19,200. 2, replace corroded filter room piping in 2025 in the amount of $24,000. 3, conduct structural review of facility in 2026 in the amount of $24,912. 4, replace Tots Pool UV filter system in 2027 for the amount of $49,500. 5, replace South Roof in 2027 in the amount of $113,132. And 6, replace hydronic system equipment in 2027 in the amount of $27,126.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Patola, and I'll just ask that we sever them, so we'll vote each on their own. So on the first one, to replace the main pool circulating pump in 2025, $19,200. Any discussion? Okay, Councillor Mealy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I agree with our facilities manager. Can't have the backup pump not working, and I understand, having the ability to have the pump work. So, but I do agree. I think what we should still do, and I don't know if it's an amendment here or if staff can just do it, is just to allow the IHS to take a look at it and at least work or continue to work with Mr. Craneville on that.
Absolutely. I assume we don't need a motion for that, but I almost think there's value in potentially at some point having like a policy about like engaging local experts on things like this at city facilities. So maybe a future kind of discussion that we could have where we're looking at kind of local knowledge first. Okay, so on the motion, all in favor? Any opposed? Carried, none opposed. And on the second piece, which is to replace the corroded filter room piping in 2025 in the amount of $24,000. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none. On the motion, all in favor? Carried, none opposed. And on the third one, I'd like to make an amendment that we move this to 2027, if there's a seconder. Seconded by Councillor Dame. And the reason I'd like to move it to 2027 is because it's been said tonight that the regional district intends to do the referendum in late 2026. I think that likely we will want to do an assessment of that, a structural assessment of that facility regardless, but we might be doing it for a different purpose if at the end of 2026 we realize we're going to be building a new facility, and then the question is, what do we want to use this facility for? There might be more value to broaden out that assessment to kind of like, rather than just a structural assessment, look at what we could use that facility for going forward. So I think 2027 we'll have a little bit more clarity. Councillor Dame?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I fully agree, and the same logic will apply to the few following that, is that all of these things are if we have information come forward in the future, that may change how we approach these in the future. So I see no harm in adding these to the 2027 budget.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Patola?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If that was a motion, I would second it.
It was an amendment, yes. Yeah, awesome, thank you. And I think it was seconded by Councillor Dame, sorry. I didn't say it out loud, but he did second it, yes. Okay, so on the amendment, Councillor Solda?
Just so you know, on the, there was a motion made at the regional district about, I think it was to do with putting some money into doing a study on the old pool, or the pool we have. And that's just going to let it go for more discussion, and that's your end.
Awesome, okay, thank you. So on the amendment to move this to 2027, all in favor? Carried, none opposed. And on the motion as amended to include it in 2027, all in favor? Carried, none opposed. And on the motion to replace the TOTS pool UV filter system in 2027 for the amount of $49,500. Any discussion? Seeing none on the motion, all in favor? Carried, none opposed. And on the motion to replace the south roof in 2027 in the amount of $113,132. Any discussion? Seeing none on the motion, all in favor? Carried, none opposed. And lastly, on the motion to replace the hydronic system equipment in 2027 in the amount of $27,126. Any discussion? Seeing none on the motion, all in favor? Carried, none opposed. Thank you. And that's all. Okay, not all, but item number 6, HFN Group of Business, Microtel. Councillor Mealy?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that Council direct administration to work with the HFN Group of Businesses to draft a letter of support for the Microtel project.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Mealy, seconded by Councillor Dame. Any comments? Seeing none on the motion, all in favor? Carried, none opposed. And item number 7, history of the Industrial Heritage Centre. And there's a few different pieces here, and we'll read them individually. Councillor Mealy, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that Council direct administration to work with the existing tenants of the Industrial Heritage Centre located at 3250A 9th Avenue to address current 2025 budget items and find options to address all issues identified in the facilities condition assessment report.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Mealy, seconded by Councillor Dame. Any comments? Councillor Mealy.
Sorry, just I was corrected at the IHS meeting that there is an A in their address, that's all.
Thank you. Councillor Patola.
Thank Councillor Mealy for his precision. I'm wondering if that affects the intent of the motion, in that perhaps the motion was intended to deal with the whole building, where the IHS is at A, and perhaps, I don't know, the curling club is at C for curling, or B, or?
Sorry, Madam Mayor, through you to Councillor Patola. That's exactly what I just said to myself as soon as I turned the microphone off. So it is supposed to be 3250 9th Avenue, so if there's a friendly amendment, I'd like to make that to take away A. I apologize for that.
Okay, thank you. Just because we're talking about this building, and I'm wondering if, as a result of the lead issue that I have seen talked about on social media with regard to this building, if there has been any changes to the usage or the kind of intended usage for the public. Like, do we have a plan in place? And is this an appropriate time, I think, to just speak to it generally?
So, Madam Mayor, staff completed some testing of the drinking water at the Industrial Heritage Centre, so specific to the lunchroom in that part of the building. And so the acceptable limit of lead is 5 parts per billion for drinking water as provided by the government. And so the results that returned, initial results, so there's an initial test done directly from the tap when the water is sat stagnant for 6 or more hours, and then a secondary test after the tap has been run for 3 minutes. So a 3-minute flush and then a second sample, is taken. So the first sample that was taken from the stagnant pipe read at 117 parts per billion. So that's 23 times the acceptable limit of 5. And then the secondary sample was far reduced, still outside the window. And so what staff have done at this point is we have turned off the tap water at this point, so the taps that are in the kitchen spaces at the Industrial Heritage Center. We've also we've installed 2 water coolers, so folks have access to brew coffee and tea and consume water that way. Staff are also scheduling tests as well at the rest of that structure. So when we talk about where the Sunshine Club has the billiards as well as the woodworking shop and where the curling club is as well. So based on those initial tests, again, we have mitigated the current risk, and then we will continue on with those tests for the rest of the building. Also, since we're on the subject, we'll also be testing all city facilities as well. So some city facilities have already been tested. The readings at the IHC are the only readings at this stage that are of concern. And as I say, we're in the process of additional testing other sites, and then also the testing came on, it started with the facilities that were most utilized by employees. So that was the initial question. Once we started to see this reading, we of course acted appropriately.
Thank you. And I think my question is just like, as we're moving through, like looking at potentially what work Industrial Heritage Society could do to improve this building, I think that there needs to be a recognition that there's probably additional work that we weren't aware of as a result of this issue. And so good to hear that we're testing the rest to get a better scope of what the problem is. Do we have information on whether, are we allowed to have the building open? I understand we've addressed drinking water. Are people allowed to be washing their hands with water at that level? I'm just wondering about general health concerns with that building being occupied.
Yes, so Madam Mayor, we have confirmed that yes, the opportunity to transmit any lead from washing your hands and then putting your hands to your mouth, highly unlikely. And so at this stage, the only concern is consumption. So in many instances, what you would see is you would just see some signage which is in place in some city facilities that either you need to have that 3-minute flush before you consume from this source, or secondarily, it's not safe to consume from the source. With that reading of 117, staff was not comfortable with just erecting a sign and elected to turn off water at those specific sources.
Thank you, that's super helpful. So, and I guess once we get further testing back on the whole complex, we'll be able to get a better idea of the scope of the problem and then ultimately what the cost is to address it. Because we can't just let it be like that. So, Willa.
And Madam Mayor, just as a note, as far as public information and in the spirit of transparency, we'll also be posting those sample readings as they come available onto a portion of the city website so that residents and taxpayers have the opportunity to see exactly what those sample readings are. And we'll update those as the samples come in. So there will be dissemination of information that way as well.
Thank you very much. So as we work through this issue, which I know is a difficult issue as it is, I think it's just really important that we keep a good idea on the scope, or a good picture on the scope of the issue. The building has more challenges than just what we know so far. Okay, so on item A, any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, on the motion, all in favor? Carried, none opposed. And Councillor Mealy, if you want to read item B.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that council direct administration to explore the process, timeline, and related costs of demolishing all structures at the Industrial Heritage Center located at 3259th Avenue, leaving the property build-ready or transferring ownership of the property or leasing the property at current market rates.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Mealy, seconded by Councillor Dame. Any discussion? Councillor Dame.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a clarification on this motion. So where it says, or transferring ownership of the property or leasing the property at current market rates, that's referring to post potential demolition and not those things as options in lieu of demolition.
That's how I read it. Well, no. I think it means we're looking at all options. It doesn't give a lot of specific direction, in my opinion.
Thank you. I would support it if it's looking at all options. If it's saying post demolition, we would look at what to do with the property, then I would want to amend it.
Thank you. No, I think you're right. I think it is looking at all options. Willa, Mike, Sarah, anyone?
Yeah, through the chair, I think the or is the key hinge there, if I'm reading it correct. Or transfer ownership, so that's you demolish it, leaving it property ready, build, or transferring ownership of the property, leasing the property at current market. I think that would be the way I would read it.
Thank you. So I think we are in agreement that it can include all of those options. And I'd like to make an amendment that we add an additional or, which is or to sell the property as is. And if somebody wants to second that amendment. Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Dame. I know there's been a lot of discussion about that the city would take on the cost to demolish this. And I, from my perspective, don't think that that's one of the only options. If the city decided that this building and these, the lands as they are surplus to the city, then the option does not need to be to demolish. We can sell the facility or sell the land as it is. I'm not saying that that's the preferred option, but I think I would rather, if we did decide that we're not going to fix it and Industrial Heritage doesn't have the capacity to take it over or fix it, then I would want to explore, if we were going to get rid of it, I would want to explore getting rid of it as is before I explored demolishing, paying to demolish. So that's not my preference at this point, but I think when we're looking at the options, it shifts the public conversation to say, well, we're either going to spend a bunch of money on it or we're going to spend a bunch of money on it. And that's not the reality. The reality is, if we want to spend no money on it and there's not another option in terms of someone else doing the work that needs to be done, we do have the ability to sell the land as it is today. So I'd like that to be included. Because I think it's an important perspective to consider when we get to that point. But I will say my preference is that we look for ways to get the work done that don't cost taxpayers money. Any discussion on that amendment? Councillor Patola.
I completely agree with it, but it's unnecessary because it says transferring ownership of the property.
I think that's after demolition.
No, it says or. We can explore demolition, or we could transfer ownership of the property, or we could lease the property.
Yeah, well, I
agree with you.
Yeah.
Word it however you like.
Okay, fair enough. I read that as transfer ownership of the property, like we're giving it away, not selling for market value. So I think it's a good point, but I think they're a little bit different for clarity. But yeah, you're right. They could be either. You're right. I won't give him that. He's not right. We'll add it in. Okay, on the amendment, so we'll keep it. All in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. Carried. And on the motion as amended, any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. Carried. And Councillor Mealy, if you want to read the last one.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Actually, I would request that another councillor read that motion.
Councillor Dame.
Absolutely. You mentioned the last one, though. Do you mean we're on? Oh, sorry. Yeah. Sorry. I forgot to cross it off. I move that council direct administration to work with the Western Vancouver Island Industrial Heritage Society to explore the retention, relocation, or de-accessioning of each of the artifacts located in the Industrial Heritage Center.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? I'll second. And Willa for comment.
Madam Mayor, just to clarify, in the initial report on January 14th, there was a discussion about a timeline being June 30th, 2029, that work be complete. So just looking for some clarification from council if there's a timeline that you'd like associated with that.
Not from me specifically. Any members of council care to add a timeline? Councillor Dane?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do feel that that was the message that we committed to, at least if not by motion, certainly by word. So I think that it would be, I would feel more comfortable to put that date as previously stated on it. So.
Is council comfortable, since that was a part of the original discussion, with putting that in as a friendly amendment? Okay, to include the date. Councillor Patola?
Well, now to me, that does confuse the issue, because if we are suggesting that there will be no retention, relocation, or deaccessioning until 2029, then there's no other options but for the artifacts to stay there. So we're certainly not dealing with the building. If the artifacts are staying there until 2029, we're not dealing with the building until 2029. Just my interpretation, which apparently is different sometimes than other people's.
It can vary for sure.
We've been here 5.5 hours. Please don't do this to me anymore.
Councillor Dane?
Okay, I'll keep it quick. Just to be clear, I just thinking this through, the date I think was actually applied to the first motion originally, where we were discussing the timeline by which we would look at potential demolishing, not the motion that is currently on the floor related to the artifacts. I don't think any date was ever attached to that.
Okay, Willa?
So, Madam Mayor, from the initial report on January 14th, staff indicated that essentially all timelines were looking at June 30th, 2029, which is at the sunset of the current curling club lease expires on that date. So the staff initially came forward with this idea that whatever changes are made, with the idea to not renew leases and have the building vacant, if that was council's wish, by that 2029 timeline. Of course, staff are happy to look at those, each of the motions if they pass, at any timeline council would like to look at, just wanting to make sure we're clear so that folks in the gallery and also staff are aware that is it council's desire to look at options as quickly as we can, bring information back to council, or would you prefer a specific timeline associated?
Thank you. I think that clarity is important. So just to confirm, we're not accepting it as a friendly amendment. So I'm going to go to Councillor Dame and then Councillor Patola.
Thank you. I would like to move that we amend the motion to include the date, which, I'm sorry, I'll need to have it repeated to me. June 30th, 2029. And I would also, I don't know if this is complicating it, I want to add another amendment to it, that we add to retention, relocation, de-accessioning, or transference of ownership.
Okay. Let's take those as two separate amendments, just so that we can discuss one at a time. So let's first start with the amendment on the date. Councillor Patola and then Councillor Mealy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think I already said it. I'd be not supporting that date because it suggests that nothing will happen until then, as opposed to creating the intention to reach the objective of resolution on whatever timeline works between the administration speaking to the other parties. They might come to a resolution earlier, and there's no sense sitting around waiting. I just leave the timeline to them.
Thank you. Councillor Mealy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To do with the amendment, I'm okay either way because I'm not supporting the motion in general. So I think that that's a step 9. We're at step 2. I think we can talk about the retention, relocation, de-accession deaccessioning or transference of ownership of those after we've decided what we're going to do with the building.
Thank you. And I actually agree with that. So I guess not really on the amendment as well. But I think until we have determined a plan for the building, this motion doesn't really make sense on its own. So I would almost like refer this out to budget next year rather than the motions. Yeah, rather than the motions to amendment. Okay, so we have an amendment to add the date. It was moved and seconded. On the amendment to add the date, all in favor? Opposed? Okay, defeated. Did you want to add one more amendment, or can I move to defer this to next year and we can have discussion on that? Okay, thank you. I'm gonna move to postpone this to January 2026 for discussion. Seconded from Councillor Mealy. Any discussion? Councillor Patola.
I would be opposed to that simply because the two conversations go hand in hand. You have a building and you have stuff in the building. If you get rid of the building, well, there's an effect on the stuff. You get rid of the stuff, there's no need for the building. It's kind of a package deal. Do you want fries with your Happy Meal, or do you want something else? So I think by suggesting that we're going to sever off part of the package and not let staff talk about part of it when it's a complete package, then we are binding staff's hands to have the discussion that we've instructed them to talk about. So we're defeating our own purposes that way. Staff has been given freedom in the timeline to enter into discussions and make progress as they will with regards to the building. If they can't do that with regards to the things in the building, then that is going to affect that first conversation. I think they should have the same freedom and the same enabling in both situations. Otherwise, they can't have the conversation.
Thank you. I view it a little differently, but I do understand your points. I view that we have the things in the building, and if we don't make changes to the building in its use, then we continue to have them. I don't view that there's been direction to reduce the amount of things in the building unless we need to get rid of the building. So I see them as more of a one after another, although I appreciate your comments. I get it. I think we're looking at it a little differently. Councillor Mealy?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would just agree with you on that. I don't see it as burdening or hamstringing staff. I actually think we're giving them proper direction. Deal with the building. If the building can't be dealt with, then let's move on. But let's not set staff to do all this extra work if the building is going to be saved or sold or some group takes it over. So I see it your way, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Solda?
I would concur with that too. Otherwise, I would have voted against it all.
Okay. On the motion to postpone, all in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Okay, and item number 8, service level reports. Councillor Solda, do you want to read this one?
Excuse me. Madam Mayor, I move that the council direct administration to reduce the current economic development and business development allocation by the total of $64,196. One at a time or together?
Yeah. Thank you. Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Councillor Mealy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just this was talked about at the last committee of the whole, and kudos to our economic development and business manager for being able to stretch his one person department that much. So I really appreciate all the work that we get out of the economic development officer.
Yeah, and thanks for being here for this meeting in case we had questions. Seeing no questions on the motion, all in favor? Any opposed? Carried, none opposed. And Councillor Solda, if you want to read the next one.
And Madam Mayor, I move that the council direct administration to prepare information on cancellation terms of the SPCA contract for service, and as well as examine alternate options for animal control.
Thank you. And I'll second that. So that's moved and seconded. Any discussion? Councillor Patola?
I think we would be missing an opportunity if we didn't amend by adding in cancellation of terms or renegotiation of terms.
Thank you. And I actually, earlier tonight was thinking we should be potentially just terminating this contract and issuing an RFP for a new contract. So I think that the contract that we're in currently, and I made this motion, I think the contract we're in currently has grown to be a subsidy to the SPCA. And while I think it's a very valuable service, I don't think that the service we're getting is a true cost for animal control. And I look at what our ACRD is paying for animal control, I think $7,000 roughly for the whole area, and recognizing I don't think they have a service that is the service level they would like. I think they would like to increase that slightly, but it's what we're paying is quite excessive in comparison. So I think that the motion as it is right now gives information on the terms that we can cancel under, and then examine alternative options. I think an alternative option is issuing a request for proposals and it could be also renegotiating. So I think it includes both. If council's comfortable with that, then I'm fine with it as it is. And if council wants to make amendments, then please go ahead. Councillor Mealy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Appreciate that. So I know it was discussed earlier about the regional district animal control end. So there's a huge difference in that. However, I'm not even certain that service is local. I believe it's from Down Island. They have to come here for the regional district for any complaints. So I'm not entirely too sure that we want to hook onto that wagon. If anything, I would like the regional district to hook onto our wagon a bit, and that's probably the way I would like to do it. I'd like to explore alternatives, of course. I'm just not sure canceling the BCS-PCA contract for service right now at this point without having a proper plan is the right thing. And so.
Yep, and I specifically, although I thought about it, did not make a motion to issue cancellation, although I do know it's a 3-month cancellation. So getting an idea of what we can do, but I do think it's important, I agree, to get a scope of what the service provides and look at alternative options. Councillor Mealy.
Yeah, sorry if I may, and if just on the regional side, looking into things, I think they only really service if it's a wild animal or a dangerous dog, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, maybe one of our representatives can tell me then. Sorry, I apologize. I was getting wrong information perhaps.
That's probably the way it is, but if you do call the SPCA a couple of summers ago when we had the heat dome, I had a herd of sheep in my front yard that were obviously suffering from the heat. I phoned the farmer I knew down the road, they weren't his. I phoned the SPCA and they did come with someone else to look for the sheep, and they had some kind of container on the back to try and catch them. So they do come and have called. They also go to any calls on abuse of animals, those kinds of things.
So they provide that animal control for no cost to the ACRD, which is a great service. I'd like to get in on that one, that the ACRD is taking advantage of with the SPCA. And I mean, I think we have to recognize, like, the SPCA does the best work that they can and with limited resources. And so, you know, I know that they have come to us before and said, no, we don't provide animal control to the outlying areas. That said, if they can, I'm sure they will. And so if you get a call and they can respond to it, they're going to, whether they're being contracted or not, because they run a great service and they care about animals. I think it's just unfortunate that we're paying this significant cost and the regional district is not contributing. So it is a matter of regionalizing the service, but I don't know that we can't force the regional district to participate. Councillor Haggard.
And also, Councillor Mealy, if you're from the regional district and you do take your animal into the SPCA, they do accept the animal.
Go ahead.
Just another reason why then, yeah, they have to hook onto ours, because if we're going out to doing all that work out in the regional district, then there needs to be a cost recovery.
Absolutely. Councillor Solda, you had your hand up?
No, I'm good.
Okay. On the motion, all in favor? Carried, none opposed. Thank you. And item number 9, 2025 to 2029 financial plan. Councillor Patola, did you want to read this one?
Madam Mayor, I move that council direct administration to remove the fire department rear parking lot paving financial allocation from the 2025-2029 financial plan in the amount of $92,000.
Thank you. Moved and seconded, and seeing no comments on the motion, all in favor? Carried, none opposed. And Councillor Verbrugi, could you read the next one?
That council direct administration to reduce the street cleaning budget by 30,000 in 2025 and going forward.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Solda. Councillor Mealy.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, point of clarification. Did we not, earlier in the meeting, postpone this to a committee of the whole?
This was a separate issue that we had already, this was a recommendation from staff that through some efficiencies, they could shift what they're doing. So this was a separate issue than the potential of reducing the service. Councillor Mealy.
Sorry, thank you, Madam Mayor. So that doesn't affect the discussion we're going to have at the next meeting? Okay, I just want to make sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for that. Okay, seeing no comments on the motion, all in favor? Carried, none opposed. And development services, service level reports. Councillor Mealy, could you read the next one?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Move the council direct administration to reduce the 2025-2029 financial plan development services budget allocation by a total of $136,218 by deferring consulting work from 2025 to 2026.
By Councillor Mealy, seconded by Councillor Dame. Any discussion? Seeing none on the motion, all in favor? Carried, none opposed. And Councillor Dame, could you read the next one?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that A, council direct administration to include the following in the 2025 to 2029 financial plan. Add 50,000 in 2026 from taxation for a functional study and design to renovate the fire hall to address daily operations, growth, health, safety, gender requirements, and equipment storage.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Solda. And seeing no comments on the motion, all in favor? Any opposed? Carried. And Councillor Haggard, could you read the last one?
I'd like to move that council direct administration to include the following in the 2025 to 2029 financial plan. Allocate $49,436 in 2025 from the local government climate action program funding to the existing $60,564 from IRF to purchase and equip an electric car or hybrid vehicle to replace the 2011 Shell Silverado 4x4.
Thank you. Moved and seconded by Councillor Mealy. Seeing no comments on the motion, all in favor? Carried, none opposed. And there was an item 13 here that somebody added to the agenda, and I can't read my writing. So Councillor Haggard, go ahead.
I'd like to move that staff work the Alberni Claycott Regional District to investigate a regional fire service model. And I actually want to give Mayor Minions credit for this because in her tirade about the fire department at the last meeting, she said it's becoming so expensive we need to look at a different model, perhaps a regional services model. So I did some thinking about it, and the cost for fire services throughout the Alberni Valley continue to rise. This is a very necessary service, but it's also a very expensive service. Currently in the Alberni Valley, we have 4 fire stations with 5 fire chiefs. Every fire department is struggling with the rising costs of purchasing fire trucks, and the various fire departments are duplicating services. So it makes sense to explore the idea of a regional fire service and explore any potential cost savings to the 4 fire departments in the Alberni Valley.
Thank you very much. That was moved by Councillor Haggard, seconded by Councillor Mealy, and I apologize that I had a fire department tirade at the last meeting, Councillor Haggard. I don't like how that's summarized, but it's probably fair. Any comments or questions on this? Okay, seeing none on the motion, all in favor? Any opposed? Carried, none opposed. Thank you. And unless there's any other items councillors would like to take some time to chat about tonight. Seeing none. Question period. This is an opportunity for members of the public to ask questions of council on the decisions or recommendations made during the course of the meeting. Would anyone like to ask questions? Joseph.
My name is Joseph Laskosic. I live here in Port Alberni. Just a couple things. Something that came up during the meeting was, did I understand right that the water's been shut off at the industrial and the curling rink and all that whole building, the water's been shut off?
Only in the Industrial Heritage Center at one tap. Is that right, Mike?
Through the chair, correct. It's only at the one tap that tested and had the high levels of lead in it.
Only at the one tap, thank you. I thought it was the entire building. I thought, wow, that's drastic. Because we've got issues all over the city with schools, Glenwood Center, they've got a sign on the tap there. I'm
Yes,
sure if you
and-
came to my house and tested it, you'd
For
find out my
sure.
levels are too high too.
And just to be clear, Joseph, it is not that it tested over and so we shut the tap off. It is that it tested so significantly over. So we had some other facilities that tested slightly over. We took different action. So it
Thank
was
you.
just the level.
Good, that's great, because I misheard and I thought, wow, you shut the whole thing down. I thought, wow, that's, never heard of that. That's really drastic. But thank you for the clarification. That's great. So something I was going to mention, you mentioned people watching the evening entertain themselves with an evening thing at council. I thought you voted against, we went from evening meetings to afternoon meetings. What happened?
Well, we do both, clearly, because it's
Yes, yes.
7:41 and I think we were here till 10 o'clock last
Yeah.
week.
Yeah. So what I'm going to read something off to you, and this is just to clarify for myself to understand the whole budget thing. I'm going to read part of it. I'm going to stop, and it's going to sound really bad when I stop it at a period. The community charter requires, this is on page 78 of today's agenda. The community charter requires that the municipality must have a financial plan that is adopted annually. The community charter goes further to state that the planning period for the financial plan is 5 years. Stop it there. 5 years planning for 1 year. That's not what it says. So it says, that period begins being the year in which the plan is specified to come into force in the following 4 years. So annually you come up with a budget for that year and then you plan ahead for a 5-year plan for the next 4 years. So I'm just trying to understand, and then on page 83, so this would be in 2024, looking for the 5-year plan. So that's planned for the year, for that year. It's stated on here at the time, and of course this was all worked out during that year. It wasn't the final outcome of the budget for that year. But on here it's stated in 2024 on this one, which is a 5-year annual tax rate from 2024 to 2028. In 2024 is a 19.16% increase in taxes. That was, which was on, it says that on page 83. We know that's not the case. In 2024, we didn't have a 19% increase, we had a 9.29% increase. Okay, so this year, and then it drops down in 2025, 2026, so that was a 5-year plan. This year, 2025, we're looking at also a fairly large increase. What is the big difference that you're able to, without all these slash and cut and burn and demolish, along with some other things that aren't quite so drastic, what is the big difference between what happened in 2024 that took it from 19% to 9%, from where we are today to all the slashing? Why is it so drastic and it wasn't so drastic in 2024 to make such
Last
drastic
year,
cuts?
just as one example, we moved an $800,000 project to be funded by funds that came from the province instead of municipal taxpayers. So that made a big difference in our budget. We didn't put off the project, we changed the source of funding. You may see us do that this year as well, because we do still have some provincial grant funds available. So we're not at that point in the budget yet, but we did similar things last year. Not maybe as many changes last year, but I mean, I made probably 15 motions at one council meeting last year. So I mean, we do this every year. And I would say that in some previous years, we have had budgets that have been within a range that is acceptable to the council, and council has made very few changes to them. So it really varies on what council feels is acceptable and what we can pass for the community and what we can't.
Okay, sounds great. So there's nothing particular that stands out this year that's really forced your hand in this area. There's no big things that you can point at and say, well, here's the real reason behind that.
There's a combination of
Sure.
issues. We're all aware of the taxation issue with the Sand Group. There's a number of large costs. I know they were highlighted in a report at the beginning of this budget year, so last year. RCMP, I think, is of our 19% increase, 3.5% Infrastructure, capital work is 9%. I can't remember the other amounts, but there's some significant driving factors. But I wouldn't say that there's one issue that's driving our budget this year.
Yeah, thank you. Great. Okay, that was basically it, so thank you. And just want to say, aren't you glad it's only once a year, this process? Because once you're done with this, you'll have a little bit more breathing room, I think. So but thank you for the work you guys are doing. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from members of the public? Seeing none, would somebody like to move adjournment? Moved by Councillor Mealy, seconded by Councillor Dame. On the motion, all in favor? Carried, none opposed. Meeting adjourned. Thank you.